Hello and welcome to Rayl Deal Games. Today I've got an awesome video in mind for you all. I am going to be doing an in-depth analysis of the flavor in the Final Fantasy Magic: The Gathering set coming out in 2 weeks. Now I'm going to go card by card, and I'm going to do that in WUBRG order. So if you're not familiar with WUBRG, that just means white, blue, black, red, green. I'm going to go in that order. And then after that, I'll hit the artifacts and the multicolored cards. We're only going to be paying attention to the flavor, so raw game mechanics will only be discussed when they are tied to flavor. So I am going to talk about a lot of mechanics. This video is for people who are excited for the Final Fantasy Magic: The Gathering set, either non-Final Fantasy fans or Final Fantasy fans getting into Magic for the first time. So if you're a Magic player who doesn't know anything about Final Fantasy and you just want to know, is this set good for Final Fantasy fans, maybe to get one of your friends in, I will be able to tell you that. If you're a Final Fantasy fan and you're interested in this set, but you don't want to play it if it's not flavorful, I will be able to answer that with a few caveats. I have been playing the series since I was 4 or 5 years old. However, there's a lot of games in the series, and there's a lot of spin-off games in the series. I have played many of them. I've played many of them multiple times through, but I don't only play Final Fantasy games. That means I have missed a couple. I have never played Final Fantasy 3, something that is going to change next year, and I have never played Final Fantasy 11, which is also going to change next year. However, I have been around watching stuff about Final Fantasy ever since YouTube began. So, I am familiar with a lot of elements of these games, even though I have not played them. That being said, if there is a card that I am super unfamiliar with, either the legendary or what it's talking about or the game in question, I will mention that, and I will skip over it and talk about how, or just mention that I don't know anything about that. The other part of this caveat is Final Fantasy XIV. I have played 444 hours of the game and got partway through Heavensward, but that was the most recent expansion when I played, and I have not went back to it. That means anything that has come out since Heavensward, I'm not gonna know. I will mention that when we get to them. However, there's at least one instance I can think of off the top of my head where I've got something to say about the core mechanics and the way they've represented the MMO mechanics of Final Fantasy XIV through the card, even though I don't know who that character is. So I will talk about that card when we get to the black section, and there may be others. So without further ado, guys, let's go ahead and dive right in with the white cards. And here we are, guys. We are in with the white cards. I'm going to have the screen kind of look like this, and I will flip my face back and forth when appropriate to make sure that we can actually read the cards, okay? So we're going to start descending rarity order. We're going to start with Cloud Midgard Mercenary, which is a double white 2/1. And when he enters, you search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. As long as he is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So the first thing I thought of when I saw this card was 4x cut. I thought maybe the fact that you can equip 4x cut to the card may justify the additional triggers. But other than that, for Cloud Midgard Mercenary, I'm not really sold on this being a major flavor win. I mean, equipment is a very big part of Final Fantasy, and it is a big part of this set. So in that sense, it is flavorful, but if you were really trying to feel like you were playing Cloud's limit breaks and stuff like that, there's a card for that, which we'll talk about later. But in general, I am not sold on this being a super flavorful card. There are materia. There's the argument that materia might be represented through that multiple trigger element, but by and large, even though the card itself is well designed, I'm not sold on this being a super flavorful card. Now, summon Knights of the Round for 6 white. You get a saga that for the first 4 chapters will create 3 2/2 white knight creature tokens for a total of 12 knight creature tokens, and he himself is a saga knight. That is a little bit bigger than the others. And then finally, when Ultimate End happens and King Arthur himself leaves, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and get indestructible. So this is super flavorful. Now, if you were hearing me read that and you're like, what the heck, that's bonkers, you would be right. This is bonkers. If somebody plays this in sealed this upcoming weekend for pre-release or later, or they play it in draft, this game is probably over. You could probably kill them with flying or something like that, but let's say the board state is at parity, this game is done. And that is super flavorful because some Knights of the Round, it is definitely, I think, the most powerful Final Fantasy VII spell that you could possibly do. It is the most consistent way of breaking the damage cap of 9999, and it's represented quite well here. You have you have the 12 knights and King Arthur himself, and they all come up and beat you. And that's just the way it is. I think the only thing about this that isn't super flavorful is how long it takes for you to actually be able to pop off with it. However, Knights of the Round does run for quite some time in the game. It is a pretty long and lengthy summon, so that actually could be argued as flavorful there as well. The fact that it's indestructible, I think, is very important because otherwise you would never get this to pop off. This is a 3/3, which is not a good rate for an 8 mana thing, but with it being indestructible and the knights basically being able to come in and do something just like they do in the game makes this a major flavor win. Now we have Aerith Gainsborough. 2 and a white for a 2/2 lifelink. When you gain life, you put a +1 counter on Aerith. And when Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on her. This is, I think, super flavorful. I think this is actually a deep cut sort of flavor because it really does imply that as she gets stronger through the game, which is the level up mechanic, that's in the RPG, which is usually done by her being typically spec'd as a white mage, which really tying it to the life gain then really fits that theming in my mind. But then when she dies, the rest of the party gets steeled in their purpose to defeat Sephiroth. And I think that's what the third ability, the trigger here, the death trigger, is implying. And so in that way, I think Aerith Gainsborough is a clever bit of design that is super flavorful for the character in mind. Now we have Dion, Bahamut's Dominant, which says, during your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying for 3 and a white 3/3. When Dion enters, create a 2/2 white knight creature token, and then you can pay 4 double white to exile him and return him to the battlefield. Now that 2/2 that he's bringing with him is his lover attendant, and that already on its own makes this character pretty well represented through his mechanics. And he also has a souped up version of the jump ability, which makes sense because he is a souped up dragoon for his nation. Now on the flip side, he will turn into Bahamut, Warden of Light, which is definitely one of the strongest dominants in Final Fantasy XVI. So the first two things he'll do is he'll put a +1/+1 counter on all creatures and they get flying. This one I kind of thought back and forth about what is this implying from the games. I think this is when they ride Bahamut to go fight Ultima. I think that's what this is implying. It could also imply the fact that Bahamut, when he leads his group into battle, he does bolster them. The flying part really deconstructs that, though. I think the +1/+1 counter, that could be what that's implying. But the flying part could also just be at the end of the game when Clive, Joshua, and Dion are going to go fight Ultima, and I think the fact that he brings them is probably what's being implied there. And then he can destroy target permanent, and then he returns back to the way he is. Now, Bahamut has Giga Flare, has Zeta Flare, has all the flares, so destroying a permanent is very flavorful for Bahamut itself. But within the context of Final Fantasy XVI, I actually think this is an interesting bit of flavor because when Dion accidentally kills his father and he loses control as Bahamut before you have to take him down as Clive, he does pretty much destroy the whole city that he's in. And so in that way, I do think this Giga Flare is very flavorful for that reason. Regardless, that is ignoring the fact that it is just a powerful thing Bahamut can do in general. And now we've got From Father to Son. This is a Final Fantasy 15 card about a car, and it's when Noctis's father, gives him the regalia. That's a nice bit of flavor and a kind of an interesting way to do that. It does fetch out the vehicle, so you could theoretically fetch out the regalia. It should come right into play, but that's what the flashback is for, which is a good bit of balance and does make this decently flavorful and a nice representation of an element of Final Fantasy XV's story. Now, Machinist Arsenal is going to be the first Final Fantasy XIV card that we're going to talk about, and it is where we're going to talk about Job Select. Now, Job Select is going to show up a lot here, but I only want to talk about it this one time, and I may reiterate myself for the different colors at the first time it shows up for each one, just in case somebody is picking chapters of my video and is not watching the whole thing. In general, Job Select, in reference to Final Fantasy XIV, is a super mega flavor win. When you change your equipment in Final Fantasy XIV, you change your job. Job Select is very, very flavorful for that mechanic, and I have no complaints on there. Now, when we're talking about equipment for other games, that'll be a little bit different, but I'll talk about that later. So this one comes in, it gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and each artificer in addition to other types. This is going to be one of those where I did not play the Machinist in Final Fantasy XIV, so I'm not really sure if this is a proper representation of that mechanic or not. Please tell me in the comments below if it is. We've got Minwu White Mage. Now, Minwu is a Final Fantasy II card. Now, I'm always a little bit more, I like Final Fantasy II more than the typical Final Fantasy fan. I think it gets a lot of hate that is not really deserved. So let's talk about Minwu White Mage here. For 3 white, you get a 3/3 Vigilance lifelink, and when you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. Minwu is a very important character in Final Fantasy II, so in that sense, and the fact that he's buffing a lot of people kind of makes sense to me. The other thing I thought of as I went through this, went through my thought process about these cards, is how in Final Fantasy II it has a very much like an Elder Scrolls progression system where as you use abilities, you power up the abilities. Well, that also is true of when you heal other characters in your party. So for example, let's say you had Minwu in your party. When you cast Cure Magic, you're going to buff your white magic skill, let's say. But you are also going to buff the health of the person that you are healing. In fact, one of the big exploits of Final Fantasy II is beating your own party members to death and then healing them up. To near death, sorry, not death, near death. Much in the same way that, like, you can make iron daggers in Skyrim to buff up your smithing skill very quickly. It is an exploit. It is something that you can use to break the game just like you can in Skyrim. But I would argue that playing Final Fantasy II is far more interesting when you're not breaking the system, just like playing Skyrim is far more interesting when you're not breaking the system. Minwu here, though, is a super flavorful representation of Final Fantasy II's inherent easiness to be broken. And so in that way, Minwu is a fantastic representation of Final Fantasy II as a whole. And since Final Fantasy II is not going to show up that much here, he's a really cool one for them to do that with. Now for Final Fantasy VI, we've got Moogle's Valor. For 3 white, you will produce a creature for each creature you control, and that creature is going to be a 1/2 Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then those creatures get indestructible. I think this is a reference to that one scene in Final Fantasy VI with Mog, where all the Moogles, I think, it's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy 16, but I have a vague memory of all the Moogles saving your party at one point, and the flavor text here really makes me think that I'm right about this. However, those of you who played Final Fantasy VI more recently, let me know. If that scene is what I remember it to be, I think this is a flavor win. The party gets saved by the Moogles, and then you, the Moogles are forever in your court afterwards, and you get Mog in your party, which is kind of cool. This is a bonkers card, by the way. I'm hoping I get that at pre-release. We've got Stiltskin Moogle Merchant. For 1 white mana, you get a 1/2 lifelink that says, pay 2 tap, target opponent gains control of another permanent you control, and if they do, you draw a card. Now, Stiltskin is a merchant in Final Fantasy IX that the player will run into periodically throughout the game that will give them a nice set of items for a set cost. Like, he might say, I will give you Potion Ether Elixir for 300 gil. And you can do that to just get a bunch of good items in a row. And so I think this is a pretty flavorful representation of Stiltskin. He's pretty weak, which I would expect the character to be, and he just gives somebody else something and gets something in return. So he's got a merchant style ability. It doesn't pay out in treasures, but I think it is an improvement mechanically for it to be that you draw a card, although I do think the treasure would be more accurate unless this is the Mognet representation. So the fact that you can give him letters periodically throughout the game for the Mognet quest line. You don't really do that for the items, though, so that's the only problem with that part of analysis. So this one could go a few different ways, but I do think it's decently flavorful. Now we got the Wind Crystal here. This is a Final Fantasy III thing. It's really strange because there is Wind Crystals in multiple games, and there's nothing about this that is particularly flavorful in my mind. Maybe these things represent the jobs that you get in Final Fantasy III from the Wind Crystal specifically. I haven't played the game, so I'm not too sure about that one. We've got Ultima here, which is the Final Fantasy XIV thing. I don't think this needed to be Final Fantasy XIV, by the way. I think Ultima could have been any game. They gave Final Fantasy XIV a lot of cards in this set, or at least that's the way it seems to be. This destroys all artifacts and creatures and ends the turn for 3 white. The end of the turn text is probably where the Final Fantasy XIV connection comes from, because it probably is maybe the end of a section of a raid or something like that would be my guess, but I'm not too sure. Now we've also got Venat, Heart of Hydaelyn here. I probably mispronounced that. It's another Final Fantasy XIV card. I don't have a lot to say about this, whether it's flavorful or not. It does flip into the Mother Crystal. I did not get to that part of Final Fantasy XIV, I can tell you that much, so I can't say whether it's flavorful or not. We've got Adalbert Steiner here. Now, Adalbert Steiner is an interesting character in Final Fantasy IX. He really grows as the game goes on, and I actually think this is a super interesting and flavorful way of representing a mechanic from FF9. So in FF9, when you equip items, you can get abilities from them, and you can learn the ability that you can then equip later. It's actually a system that Expedition 33 has used this year with their Pictos. It pretty much works the same way Pictos do. So, Adalbert Steiner is a 1 and a white for a 2/1 lifelink that gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. And I think what this is implying is that as the game goes on and as you acquire more and more equipment, your characters do get naturally a little bit better just because they have more abilities from all of those equipments that they've had before. And so in that way, I think Adalbert is a very nice representation of that particular mechanic. A mechanic that on its surface would have been really hard to represent through a card. So I think Adalbert Steiner is honestly one of my favorite designs for flavor, at least, in this whole set. And the set is loaded with good flavor, but this is one of the more interesting ways of representing an FF9 specific mechanic that never showed up in any other mainline game. From Final Fantasy XVI, we've got Ambrosia Whiteheart. For 1 and a white, you get a 2/2 flash, and when they enter, you get to return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. And when a land enters, you get, or Ambrosia gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Now that landfall trigger, that specific wording of that landfall trigger is going to be a chocobo thing. I think it's cool for all the chocobos to have that particular trigger on landfall. They get a little bit stronger as they adventure. It's a nice way of separating chocobos from other tokens with landfall triggers. In terms of Ambrosia, Ambrosia does save other chocobos throughout the game and can save Clive's bacon, so in that way it can flash in and save a creature, and I think that's what it's supposed to imply with the mechanics, and that's a decent bit of flavor from Final Fantasy XVI there. Let's talk about Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. For 2 and a white, you get a 3/2 that whenever she attacks, you look at the top 5 cards of your library, and you can reveal an artifact from among them and put them into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom. Now, it's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy XII, but I vaguely remember something about Ash's primary quest line has to go with looking for a sword. Probably the one in the art, to be honest with you. And if my memory about that is correct, this is a nice way of representing the flavor of Ashe and her quest throughout Final Fantasy XII, at least before all the Aetherside and Netherside and all the other stuff starts coming to the forefront. But this is a very nice card. I'm very excited to draft Ashe in the future and put her in my crossover cube. Auron's Inspiration. For 2 and a white, attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn, and you can flashback that later. This is an interesting one because in Final Fantasy X, you are not doing any area of fighting without Auron on your side. So I really had to think about this one because it with the way that he's in the background of the art, it implies it happened after he died. But that's not a thing until Final Fantasy X-2. At the end, Auron's spirit can say encouraging words to Yuna as she's fighting Vegnagun. But that's not a thing in this set. They're not doing sequels. So I think it's just that he's not in the party, and this is when they are queuing up to fight Yuna-Leska. The quote is from that Yuna-Leska fight, I'm pretty sure, but the art does not match the Yuna-Leska area. Does not look like Xanarkand to me at all. So in that way, there's a little bit of a disconnect between the name of the card, the art of the card, and the flavor text of the card. So I'm not really sold on this being a big flavor win. It is kind of a win if it is the Yuna-Leska fight specifically that they were going to represent, and the art is good, so I like the card, but I'm not sold on this being the biggest flavor win of the set. Battle Menu here is going to be a big flavor win, though. This is for Final Fantasy IV, but honestly, this is for any of the turn-based games. So Battle Menu, for 1 and a white, you get to choose one ability for your turn, like your turn-based combat. Very cool. You can attack, which gets a 2/2 white knight creature token. You can use an ability, which will make your guy have higher toughness. You can use magic, which will destroy a creature power 4 or greater, or you can use an item to gain 4 life. This is cool. This is very, very cool. There's a lot of interesting ways that they use the turn-based nature of Final Fantasy, most of the series, 15, 16 notwithstanding, that they represent that turn-based roots for the series through card mechanics, and this is one of the more interesting ones. Each of these are the abilities that you basically have in Final Fantasy IV, which may be why they chose it. They may have also chose Final Fantasy IV because there are 4 options. Those type of puns are not above anybody, and it's kind of funny. There are also 4 party members in 4, so they could have been really stacking on the 4s for tying this to 4 specifically, but this is just generally a very flavorful meta Final Fantasy element. Once again, couple games excluded, like Final Fantasy 13, not really the same way. 14, not really this way. 15, 16, not really either. 12, but everything that's like 10 and backwards, this really does work with. For Crystal Fragments, this is one of my favorite parts of Final Fantasy IX that we're going to be talking about right now. And Crystal Fragments is a 1-drop equipment that will give equipped creature +1/+1. Now, this is a reference to the item that allows the player or the characters canonically in Final Fantasy IX to cast Alexander. It's split in 2 halves. Aiko has 1 half. She is on the right. She's covered up by the flip symbol, but she's there. And then Garnet has the other half. So equipped creature gets +1/+1. This is kind of interesting because it really should create a token when it enters that also can be equipped to give a different creature +1/+1. But I understand why they didn't do that, because that would be really annoying, honestly. Where 4/5 white, you get to exile it and then return it to the battlefield transformed under your control, and it transforms into Alexander, specifically the FF9 Alexander, where he is the whole castle. That's cool. I love that. That's my favorite version of Alexander, so I'm happy to see that. He will prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control for 2 turns. The turn he comes out, and the turn right after. And that is so cool, dude. That is so cool, because that is exactly what he does. He stops Bahamut from killing anybody in that iconic scene in Final Fantasy IX. And this final chapter will tap all creatures your opponents control. This was an interesting one I had to think about for a second. So, Alexander does do 1 attack in Final Fantasy IX, canonically, within the story. So he prevents Bahamut from attacking twice. That's cool. That's really flavorful. He attacks the second time he does it and takes Bahamut down. Not super flavorful within the context of the set because the Bahamuts in this set are not dying to it, but also the Bahamuts in the set are not FF9 Bahamut, so that's not really super big deal. After that, Alexander is taken control of and deleted off the board by some of the final bosses of the game, the big bads of the game. I actually think the part 3 is a nice reference to this, because after they do that, they leave. All the monsters leave. All the danger is gone. So I think that is an interesting way of representing that. I think that's probably what they were going for. And as a result, this is a very flavorful side of the card. The only thing about this card that isn't flavorful is the fact that there's only one and you don't get another. But mechanically speaking, I understand why they did that. Now let's talk about Delivery Moogle here. This is Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to guess this is how you send letters to other people in the game. So for 3 and a white, you get 3/2 flying that when it enters, you can search your graveyard or library for an artifact card with CMC 2 or less, reveal it and put it in your hand. And if you search your library, you get a shuffle. So with Delivery Moogle, he's fine. I can't say if he's super flavorful or not, because I never used that feature in Final Fantasy XIV. I always played with people I knew IRL, so I didn't need it. Dragoon's Lance, for 1 and a white, you get a Job Select equipment, which, because it's 14, this automatically makes it very flavorful. Equipped creature is +1/+0, and is a knight in addition, and during your turn, equipped creature has flying. So this jump ability that all Dragoons in the set have, Dion, we talked about a little bit ago, has a souped up version of this, but basically on your turn, you get to jump over the opponents. Kind of an interesting way of representing jump, but it doesn't prevent damage, which is a kind of flavor fail, because jump always prevents damage in the game, so it should have also made some like damage prevented or something. Not really sure. They didn't do that because it would have been broken to have so many indestructible creatures running around, but it is a Nambo combo for flavor. Grahatia, the Final Fantasy XIV guy, for 4 and a white, you get a 3/5 reach. Whenever one or more other creatures or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers once. I'm not really equipped to talk about this character. I don't remember him from Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a long time since I played, and I wasn't super into the base game story of 14. Magitech Armor, 3 and a white, 4/4. When it enters, you get a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, and it has crew 1. For Final Fantasy VI. This is super flavorful. These Magitech Armors were made to allow common people to use magic, and they let basic weak soldiers get a big power increase. So in this way, for Final Fantasy VI, this is crazy flavorful. I'm a big fan of the design of this card, and I am very excited to draft it. Very nicely done on this design. Phoenix Down is a cool card. So for 1 white mana, you get an artifact that says 1 and a white, tap, exile, choose 1, return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. Now, anyone who's played the game knows that Phoenix Down, 1 reses your guy. And it reses it to a lower health, which I think is why the 4 or less CMC is set the way it is. It'll let you get most of your legendaries, but it's not going to let you get anything bigger. Very, very cool design there. That aspect of Phoenix Down. Now, for most games in the series, Phoenix Down can also be used on your opponents. And if that opponent is a skeleton, spirit, or something dead like a zombie, they usually just die instantly. And since opposing creatures and monsters cannot be resurrected in Final Fantasy, it's not the way that works. Exiling it is a good way of representing that in Magic, so this is a very flavorful card. Very, very happy to see how Phoenix Down was represented in this set. Restoration Magic, they are putting this for Final Fantasy V, but I think this actually works for all white mages throughout the whole series. The Final Fantasy V is really just for the art, I think. So this has an ability called Tiered. So just like how Final Fantasy works, where you have multiple levels of a spell, Cure, Cura, Curaga, Curaja, which they did not put, probably once again another reason to make it Final Fantasy V instead of a later game. So what Restoration Magic does, and this really should say Cure Magic in my opinion. Restoration, I believe, is a term used in other games. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's how it was called in Final Fantasy V, but I would have much preferred this be called Cure Magic or White Magic or something like that. For 1 white mana and the base of 0, target permanent will get hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So you get to save one of your guys. Okay, pretty cool. For white and 1, target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 3 life. So it's a little bit more of a powerful save that also overheals a little bit. And then for white, 3 and another white, permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 6 life. I think this is flavorful enough. It was going to always be very, very hard to represent Cure within the context of Magic, because life gain is, typically speaking, not a super powerful ability. Not if that's all the card is doing. The fact that this is a proactive way of saving your creatures is a little bit of a flavor fail, because Cure is always reactive. So that is a little bit of a fail in that particular regard, but you within the context of Magic system, there was no way to represent this completely flavorfully. So they do a good job of what they got, but this is not the most flavorful way that they have represented FF Magic in MTG. Side quest, Catch a Fish from Final Fantasy 15. So for 2 and a white, you get an enchantment that says, at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature, you can reveal it and put it into your hand. And if you did that, you get a food, and you get to flip this into Cooking Campsite. So let's talk about the top here. Fishing in Final Fantasy 15 is a big mini game in that game. It's the only part of Final Fantasy 15 I didn't do, because at the time I did not want to bother with fishing. I kind of regret not doing that, because apparently the mode is very fun. My friend Ryan is a big fan of the mode, at least I think. I remember him saying that. It's been a long time since we talked about FF15, so I could be wrong about that. I'm sure he'll correct me if that was incorrect. I like this. I don't really know if you get equipment or items from fishing and failing. I don't remember that being a thing in 15, but it very well could be. That is a consistent fishing aspect of fishing mini games in JRPGs, so it could be, and that's a nice representation of that from the genre of JRPG. In terms of the creature, turning it into a food, yeah, that's cool. And then you take it back to the campsite, which Igneous will cook it up into a nice meal. You get to sack an artifact to put a +1 counter on each creature you control, which represents the core mechanic of cooking in Final Fantasy 15, where if you cook, you get to get a nice buff on all your characters for a duration. This is permanent. I like it better as permanent for the mechanics of Magic, but it really should have been an until end of turn effect for flavor. This is better for the mechanics and playability of the card, though, so I'm perfectly happy with this being what it is. Food is an artifact in Magic, so this is the fish that you're sacrificing, which is a nice flavor win as well. Our next card here for 2 and a white is Snow Villiers. I don't actually know how to pronounce his last name. It's either Villiers or Villiers. He's a human rebel monk. Rebel is something I was hoping that he would have there, for sure. For star and a 3, he gets vigilance, and his power is equal to the number of creatures you control. That's cool. I mean, his whole thing is about Nora, his, like, revolutionary group, and getting a bunch of people together and being the hero of the people. It's fine. It's a decent way of representing Snow in my mind, especially at an uncommon power level. We've got Summon Primal Garuda here, 3/3 for a 3 white, or 3 white for a 3/3 flying that says it deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls, so an exposed creature. As somebody who has done this Primal Garuda fight on expert difficulty back when I used to play, I actually do like this, because if you're not hiding, you just die. And then Slipstream, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. I don't remember adds in this fight, and so in that way this might be a flavor fail, but it's been so long since I played. This could actually be just fine. The crystals chosen for 5 white, you get 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, and then a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This is a super nice flavor win for Final Fantasy III Original. They were unnamed in the original, so making them just 4 random 1/1 hero creature tokens that then will have their jobs changed over the course of the match. This is really late for over the course of the match, but you know what I mean. And yeah, this is a nice flavor win for FF3. Zac Fair for 1 white mana, you get a 0/1 that enters with a +1/+1 counter on him, so very, very weak. But then you can sack him to make target creature indestructible, and then his counters are put on that creature, and an equipment on Zac Fair is put on that creature. So obviously, this ability is a reference to the end of Crisis Core. Very weird that Zac Fair, that element of Crisis Core is represented on Zac Fair, because they said that this was just going to be main game stuff. That moment where Zac sacrifices himself, I don't believe is in the Final Fantasy VII original. We know that Zac dies and that Cloud gets his identity, kind of his soldier identity, and the Buster Sword from Zac. But this element of this card is definitely more Crisis Core in my mind. And in that way, this doesn't actually match what they said they were going to do with the set. However, I'm here for flavor right now, not for the design of MTG or what they said or taking them to task on that. I'm here for the flavor. And this is super flavorful. He saves Cloud, and Cloud takes a piece of his identity, the soldier part, which is not up here, but that I assume is the +1 counter that he is moving over, or the counters. And then he gets the Buster Sword from Zac. So this is a very flavorful card in that sense. Aerith Rescue Mission. For 3 and a white, you get a sorcery that says choose one. You either take the elevator, which will create 3 1/1 hero creature tokens, or you take 59 flights of stairs, which will tap up to 3 creatures and put a stun counter on one of them. Love this card. Fantastic. So this is the choice that you get towards the end of the mid-card section of Disc 1 of Final Fantasy VII. And you really do get both these options. You either get to fight right away by taking the elevator, so you're going to get those 3 tokens to get right into the combat, or you can take the back way and avoid a lot of early combat in this section of the game, and that's what that 59 flights of stairs represents. So you get to tap 3 creatures, and then the stun counter is it would go on Barrett, because he's the one who has trouble getting up all those stairs. So that's really funny. I like that a lot. Cloudbound Moogle here, 14 card again, 3 white, 2/3. When it enters, put a +1 counter on target creature, plane cycling. It doesn't seem super flavorful to me, but I also don't know. This is a Final Fantasy 15 card, Coral, 1 white, 2/2. You'll tap a non-enchantment creature. I don't remember if he ties down your party members in 15 or not, so it could be flavorful. Dwarven Castle Guard, 1 white, 2/1. When he dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. I don't remember dwarves dying and creating heroes for you, but it could have happened in 4. Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is a super flavorful card. It's a cool card. I'm happy that the dwarfs are in here, but I don't remember a Castle Guard dying to save one of your party members. Fate of the Suncrist, 4 and a white. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. This is obviously the scene where Ash in Final Fantasy XII comes across the Suncrist, and I believe they destroy it, if I remember right. I don't quite remember this part of the game that well, so I'm going to say this is probably a nice bit of flavor, but just like Dwarven Castle Guard, I don't remember this exact section super well. Galacat, 2 and a white, 1/3, Flying Vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+0. I don't remember. I don't know about this thing. I don't remember this enemy from 5. It seems like it's probably just a basic enemy. Magitech Infantry, for white mana, you get a 1/1 that it gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact, and then you can search up for another one. This is Final Fantasy V here. I think it's nicely flavorful. Once you get one, you get more of them, and they're stronger together, which kind of implies that when you're fighting multiple of them at once, they're a little bit stronger and a little bit harder to deal with, which, you know, at common rarity, this is a nice way to representing this thing. Paladin's Arms, this is a 14 thing again, 2 and a white. You get +2, +1, and have ward, and as a knight, knights are one of the tank classes in Final Fantasy XIV, and I think this does a good job at that. It's not super good at blocking as a 3-2, but, you know, maybe it protects somebody, and it does have ward, so it at least protects itself, which is a little bit harder to deal with. This really, paladins or tanks from 14 to be properly flavorful would have needed provoke, but that's not a mechanic they use anymore. Slash of Light, for 1 and a white, you get to deal damage equal to the number of creatures you control, plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. I think this just is implying that late game you can kill anything in Final Fantasy, and the Warrior of Light there is killing chaos. However, it really should exile for chaos to go completely away. Otherwise, he just reloops the infinite time loop, which we'll be talking about more in the multicolored section. Summon Chocomog. This is from Final Fantasy VII, 3/3. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is not a flavor win. I like Chocomog. Chocomog's cool, but this is not a flavor win. Summon Materia in 7 decrease attack power. They don't increase attack power, and they also don't stick around to keep pumping the party. It's a cool card. It's a nice representation of Chocomog, but it's not a flavor win within the game that they're saying that this is from. Weapons Vendor, 3/4. For a 2/2, when this creature enters, draw a card. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control equipment, you can pay 1. If you do, attach equipment you control to target creature you control. This is kind of interesting. So when you go to the Weapons Vendor, you get to see more equipment, so drawing a card, cool. And then when you're getting ready to fight, you can attach the equipment that you just bought. So that's kind of cool. I like him. It's a nice representation of the weapon shop mechanic from multiple Final Fantasy games. They're saying this is from 7 specifically. It works for any of them. The 7 is really just for the art, which is probably true of Chocomog as well. However, we're going to talk a lot about summons, and I want to make sure the summons are properly representing the mechanics of the game that they're from, as we talked about with Alexander. White Auracite, 2 white for an artifact that when it enters, it exiles target non-land permanent until this artifact leaves, and it produces white mana. It's a 14 card. I'm not so sure about the flavor of this. Let me know in the comments below if it's a proper flavor win or not. White Mage's Staff, for 1 and a white, you get Job Select. This is for FF1. So this actually kind of works for FF1 as well, because when you pick your job, you're locked into that job forever. So kind of works. It doesn't really work because you can unequip or equip the White Mage's Staff to something else, but I'll kind of accept Job Select working for Final Fantasy 1. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain a life, and is a cleric in addition to other types. I think they should have found a way to make this interact with the board without attacking. You're not really attacking with white mages that often outside of the 4 white mage challenge run in Final Fantasy 1. So I don't think that this particular text of the card is a major flavor win for this particular game's white mage. And then You're Not Alone, fantastic piece of music, by the way, from Final Fantasy 9 here. And for 1 white mana, you get, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And if you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4 until end of turn instead. Final Fantasy 4 is Final Fantasy 9 is one of the few games where you have 4 people in your party. So the 3 or more text is kind of cool. Really, really cool for this game. And this is a very climactic and important scene in Final Fantasy 9, where Zidane is built up by his allies, and he's able to find himself again and get back to fighting with renewed purpose. So I think this is a big flavor win for this particular moment, and a very nicely done card in that sense. And with that, guys, I'm going to flip over to the next color in our lineup here, which is going to be blue. Go-Go Master of Mimicry is our first blue card here. For 2 and a blue, you get a 2/4 that with XX tap can copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. And you can choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. This is cool. Go-Go is the mimic of Final Fantasy VI, and it's all about copying other abilities. So I like this. This is a nice flavor design for the mimic job in Final Fantasy, and quite a powerful card in general. Y'shtola Rule, for 4 blue, you get a 3/5 that at your end step will exile target creature you control and then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. And if it's the first end step of the turn, you get an additional end step. I have no idea if this is flavorful or not for Y'shtola. I'll let you guys tell me in the comments below. Astrologian's Planisphere, 1 and a blue. For job select, an equipped creature is a wizard in addition to other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. My friend Justin played the Astrologian in our Final Fantasy XIV party, and I vaguely remember there being something about comboing skills together, you know, kind of setting up an engine with it. So this may be flavorful, but I'm not sure. Edgar, King of Figaro, 4 blue for a 4/5. When he enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. And the first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. This is a reference to his double-sided coin that will always cause him to win. That's awesome. Really cool that they represented that very important story moment for Edgar here, and his connection to his brother Sabin as well. Very awesome that they did that. Jill, Shiva's Dominant, for 2 and a blue, you get a 2/2 that will bounce a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And then you can play 3 white to exile her and then have her transformed into Shiva Warden of Ice. She'll make target creature not block for 2 turns in a row, which is the ice mechanic of Magic, so that really makes sense. And then Cold Snap, for her ultimate, she will tap them all and then return into Jill. The bounce ability is the thing I'm not really too sure about for Jill. In some ways, it maybe represents just taking out a character. Like, you don't get to control Jill in Final Fantasy XVI base game. So, but she will sometimes, she will attack other like monsters and maybe tie them down for a little bit. So it could be a reference to that and the fact that she's just kind of helpful. But I do think the way they represented Shiva on the backside is quite well done here, especially within the context of Final Fantasy XVI, where you do get some control to freeze things, but you don't freeze things for very long within the action system of 16. So I like this card for the backside. I'm not really sold on the front side personally, though. For flavor, I mean. I have no idea how to say Louis Soy's Sacrifice. This is a 14 card. This is actually, I think, original 14, not a Realm Reborn either, because this is the moment where Bahamut destroyed the original 14 and it became a Realm Reborn. So this guy sacrifices himself to save people, and it does lead to the far better 14 A Realm Reborn. So I'm going to say this is a flavor win for a very, very important story moment. Matoya, Archon Elder, for 2 and a blue, you get a 1/4 whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. It's a 14 card. I don't remember this person. I can't really judge this card. Memories returning, 2 blue, reveal the top 5 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand, then you choose an opponent, they put 1 into the bottom of your library, then you put another into your hand, and then that opponent puts another on the bottom of the library, and then you put the other into your hand. So this is in reference to when Squall and the party go to the orphanage where they were all raised together, which is a contentious part for a lot of people in Final Fantasy VIII. This is kind of interesting because they do remember a lot of things, but it's not like the player gets to pick and choose what they remember, what was most important, and they still do not remember certain things. So maybe it implies that the opponent is Ultimecia in this particular moment, and she's preventing certain things from being remembered, but I don't think that was a thing in Final Fantasy VIII, so I like the implications of this card, but I do think this is not the biggest flavor win that this moment potentially could have been. Summon Leviathan. For 4 blue, you get a 6/6 Ward 2 Saga Leviathan that will return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. And until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks you, draw a card. This is the Final Fantasy 15 version of Leviathan, which is a very, very cool moment in Final Fantasy 15, and it is constantly pushing all kinds of stuff around. So in that sense, I think this is pretty good. I think what would have made this card more flavorful would have been if this was Final Fantasy 4, because this could have been the Leviathan that is a very important part of the early game for story-wise for Final Fantasy 4, and I think this text better represents that particular one. However, this is perfectly fine for 15 as well. The Lunar Whale, 3 and a blue, you get a 3/5 flying, and you can look at the top card of your library at any time, and as long as it attacked this turn, you can play the top card of your library. I may be misremembering something, but I don't really see how this text matches the Lunar Whale. Flying does for sure. But yeah, I'm not really sold on this text specifically. Maybe they found something in the Lunar Whale that told them more about Golbez, but I don't remember that. And so I'm not sold on this being a major flavor win, even if it's a cool card. Water Crystal, this is a FF3 representation here. So once again, like I said, with the Wind Crystal, it could be these things could represent maybe the jobs that you get from the Water Crystal, but I haven't played that game, so I'm not sure. Cargo Ship, for 1 and a blue, you get a 2/3 Flying Vigilance, and you can tap for a colorless mana to only get artifact spells. And then you crew 1. This is a very flavorful card for FF9. This is the cargo ship that the village of Dali uses to transport black mages to Alexandria, and they produce the black mages in the Undercity area of Village of Dali, and so this is supposed to produce constructs. So even though the black mages are not going to show up as colorless things in this set, this implies that they are producing soulless beings, making this a very, very flavorful representation of this particular aspect of FF9. Eject is going to be our next card. For 3 and a blue, you get this spell, can't be countered, return it a non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and draw a card. This on its own, none of this text implies anything Final Fantasy related on its own, but within the context of it being FF7 and the art specifically here, this is Midgard Swarmer using his ability to cast a party member out of the fight. Very memorable thing about this guy, especially when you're young and you run into him without thinking very, very early into your playthrough, and he just wipes the floor with you. Yeah, he will bounce a party member out of the game or out of the match, and he gets the advantage in that trade. So yeah, this is very flavorful. You cannot stop that from happening. There's no way to stop it. And yeah, they get cast out. The opponent gets an advantage. All 3 lines of text work really, really well for the flavor of this card. Ether, 3 and a blue. You get an artifact that says exile the artifact, so you use it. You can't get items that you use in Final Fantasy back, so that's cool. Add blue. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy the spell. You may choose new targets. Ethers don't copy spells. They don't give you double cast in Final Fantasy, but I think this is a good way of representing MP within the mechanics of MTG, so that's kind of cool. I think the way that it kind of represents your spells, spell book, and MP. I mean, when you break it down, more MP in Final Fantasy means that you can use your spells more times. In Magic, when you use a spell, it goes to the graveyard, you don't get it again. So doubling the spell implies to me that you're able to use the spell again. It's the time frame that's not flavorful here. It really should give that spell rebound, not just outright copy it. So it should be casted the next turn, not the same turn. but I'm sure they just didn't want to put rebound on one card, so that makes sense to me. And so I'll accept it as a decent flavor win, even if there is a much more flavorful way they could have done this with Magic mechanics. Ilmig Pixie. This is a 14 card, 1 of blue, 2/1 flying, and when it attacks, you surveil 1. No idea. Literally no idea. I have no memory of this character from 14, so I can't really comment on this character too much. Quistis Trep. For 2 and a blue, you get a 2/2 human wizard with blue magic. That's cool. She's the blue mage. When Quistis Trep enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard. Mana of any type can be used to cast that spell. And if that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. So I like that she gets blue magic. This is not working for me, though, as a flavorful representation of how blue magic works in Final Fantasy VIII. It's a very powerful effect. I'm very happy that this type of effect exists. And I am happy that you can flashback spells from your opponent's graveyard. That's really cool. In that sense, it's kind of flavorful because you get to use your opponent's spells, but they should be repeatable. The exile makes it unrepeatable. It would be broken if it was repeatable, so I understand why they didn't do it, but this is a little bit of a flavor nombo combo in my mind. Realm Sketching, 2 blue, sorcery, create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. This is cool for Final Fantasy VI. It really should only create a copy of a creature, though. I don't really remember Realm making copies of artifacts like equipment or areas of the world in Final Fantasy VI, but there's no reason why she couldn't theoretically, canonically do that, because it is just painting, so I'll accept it as a thing that Realm potentially could do, that she just can't within the mechanics of 6. So I'll accept this as a big flavor win for Realm. Side quest card collection, 3 and a blue. I think this should have been FF9 Tetramaster here, but this is a 14 card. I think this should have been 9 for card collecting, or even 8, another card-based thing for 8, because of how important cards are for the actual progression of you being able to fight super bosses in that game effectively. So I think that this is the wrong game for this particular side quest, personally. So 3 and a blue. When this enchantment enters, you draw 3 cards and discard 2, and at the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards in your graveyard, you transform it into magic card. This is the part that's probably more 14. This doesn't exist anywhere else in the series as far as I know, so it's probably the backside that made them pick 14. They could have picked any number of things for 8 or 9 as benefits for card collecting, though, so I'm not sold on this being the correct game for this card, but it probably is flavorful for the game that they chose. I just think they should have chose 8 or 9 for this card instead. Sleep Magic. For a blue mana, you get to enchant a creature, and then it will enchant a, or the enchanted creature will be tapped and they don't untap. And if that enchanted creature has dealt damage, you sack the aura. Okay, so the first 3 lines of text works really well for Sleep Magic. The thing that makes this a massive flavor win is the fact that if the creature takes damage, you get to sack the aura. Now, interestingly enough, the opponent does not get to have full control of that. The owner of the card could deal damage to their own card to wake it up, which is something you can do in the games that you may do periodically to get around not having an alarm clock or some other way of dealing with sleep magic. I really like this. The only thing I would have changed about this card, the only thing that would make it more flavorful, is that it should be combat damage or ability damage that would wake the enchanted creature up. So if a card had tap, deal a damage to a creature, that should work. So it should be creature or ability damage that causes you to sack the aura. Non-creature or damage. Well, here's the thing. I understand why they worded it this way because I don't know how I would word this. Instant or sorcery damage should not make this sacrifice to make this more flavorful, because if you hit a sleeped thing with a fire spell or some kind of black magic or any spell they're not going to wake up. They don't wake up for that. Okay? So, yeah, I'm a little, like, this is very flavorful. I like the design. That final text is really cool. It could have been a little bit cooler and a little bit more flavorful, but I understand why they worded it this way because I don't even know how I would word that. Stolen Uniform, this is a 6 card for a blue mana. You get to choose target creature control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. So this is cool. This represents that time where Locke steals a uniform to be able to infiltrate a particular area. It's cool because you don't get that uniform forever. You don't get to use it forever. It's only for that one story beat, so it returns to them later. So that's cool. I like that. Summon Shiva for 3 blue, you get a 4/5 Saga Elemental with Heavenly Strike. Tap target creature an opponent controls gets a stun counter. You do that twice, and then you draw a card for each tapped creature your opponent control. This is a cool Shiva ability. It feels really Shiva to me, and this is Final Fantasy X. Now, when I first saw this card, I was like, well, this isn't a flavor win because she shouldn't leave until she's destroyed. Because the way Aeons work in Final Fantasy X is that they don't leave. However, with the mechanics of Yuna, which we'll talk about far later in this video, I actually think this is fine with the way the summoner mechanics interact with the summons. The fact that it sits around and there are ways that you can keep it around longer actually makes me feel like this is a flavor win, so I like this. This is a cool design. Swallowed by the Leviathan. I actually mentioned this in the Leviathan card analysis, that I wish that the Leviathan that we got was the 4 because of how important it is, but they did give us a card for this, so that's why I'm okay with it being 15 as well. So Swallowed by Leviathan, for 2 and a blue, you get an instant that lets you counter target spell, Zerfail 2, and then counter the chosen spell unless a controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. I'm not really sold on this ability matching this moment, but it is cool to have this moment show up in the set. The Prima Vista, 4 and a blue for a 5/3 flying. When you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn, and it has crew 2. I don't really get this non-creature spell thing for making this a creature. This is one I don't really get. Maybe it's implying that you pump more mist into it, and then it's able to pilot itself. Maybe that's what it's implying, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So I'm not really sold on this for the Prima Vista itself. And even though I like that the card is here, I'm not sold that this is a flavor win. Thief's Knife, 2 and a blue for Job Select. This is FF1, so everything I said about the White Magic Staff applies here. I'll accept this for Final Fantasy 1 as the way it works, but it's not completely flavorful because you shouldn't be able to trade off of it or get something new. I guess you could get one new thing as the game progresses, but you should not get multiple. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and is a rogue in addition to its other types. Okay, that's cool. It represents thief and stealing and stuff, I guess. For an uncommon power level. If this were rare or mythic, I would expect it to have the thief mechanic of actually playing your opponent's cards. But for uncommon power level, this makes a lot of sense, and I accept it. It's cool. Travel the Overworld, 5 blue, affinity for towns. It costs 1 less for each town you control, and you draw 4. So you get more knowledge as you travel the world, and you get access to more things as the game progresses and as you visit more towns. Super flavorful card. Doesn't need to be FF5 specifically, but the art matches FF5. This is actually every game that has an overworld, so as long as it wasn't 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16, this would have been a perfectly fine card and super flavorful, and so yeah, this is a flavor win. Ultros Obnoxious Octopus, for 1 and a blue, you get this octopus. That is a 2/1, and when you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. When you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana were spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultros. I think this is flavorful because you fight Ultros multiple times in Final Fantasy VI. The first time you encounter him, he is at his weakest. Just like in the early game, he's at his weakest. In the middle of the game, he gets a little bit more annoying, a little bit more powerful, just like the first ability. And then in the late game, he's at the strongest he is, which is the final ability. So this is a card that gets better as the game goes on, just like Ultros gets stronger as you progress through Final Fantasy VI. Valkyrie Aerial Unit, 5 blue, affinity for artifacts, flying when the creature enters, surveil 2, 5/4 for a Final Fantasy VII thing. Maybe the information part is the surveil 2, like information gathering, but not really sold on this really matching this particular enemy itself as it is. I mean, it's flying, it's an artifact, so I'll count that, but other than that, I'm not really sold on it. Combat Tutorial, 2 blue, you get to draw 2 cards and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. This is Power Crept Divination. We've had many Power Crept Divinations in Magic. I like this. It represents that tutorialized section of Final Fantasy X at the beginning. The player is going to learn a lot. They get a little bit of level ups in the sphere grid. So I like this. This is kind of cool for Final Fantasy X and the way that tutorial works in that game. That's a flavor win. Dragoon's Wyvern, 2 blue, 2/1. Flying, when it enters, you get a 1/1 colorless hero creature token for FF11. Like I said, I haven't played FF11, but I have watched the trailer, and so I know that the Dragoon class comes with a Wyvern. This is flavorful as a result. The only thing that's not flavorful about it is that the colorless hero creature token should be a Dragoon, and they're not. But that's fine. Within the mechanics of the game, it makes sense why they didn't do that. That would be really, really powerful to be able to get a token Dragoon Lance in addition to this 2/1. So I'll take it as is. Dreams of Laguna, for 1 and a blue, you get an instant surveil 1, then draw a card, and flashback 3 blue. This is cool. I mean, you get a lot of information about the Laguna side of things from Final Fantasy VIII, and adds a lot of context for the meta narrative of the game. So I like this for what the ability is doing and what it's talking about from Final Fantasy VIII. It's kind of cool. Ice Flan, this is the 10 version of the Ice Flan. So 4 blue, you get a 5/4 when it enters. It will stun something, and then it has land cycling. This is not the way ice works in Final Fantasy X, so this is not a flavor win in my opinion. The island cycling could imply that you have to go to frozen areas to fight this thing, so that may be a flavor win, but the top text I'm not really sold as being a flavor win for Final Fantasy X specifically. Ice Magic, and this is for Final Fantasy X, although this is going to work for all Final Fantasies. 1 blue for an instant that has that tiered ability. Blizzard, return target creature to its owner hand. Blizzara, 2 and 1 and a blue. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of top or bottom. And then Blizzaga, 1 blue, 5 blue. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Just like with the restoration magic, there weren't a lot of ways that they were going to be able to properly represent ice magic flavorfully. This works within the mechanics of Magic, but it does not work within the mechanics of Final Fantasy because it should deal damage, and it doesn't. They don't do that because this is a blue spell, and you don't let blue spells deal damage. They have to interact in different ways. So it kind of kills a creature, but the creature comes back, which is a flavor fail. It'll come back later. Blizzaga would be the most flavorful of this particular thing. I mean, you could, I guess, argue that it returning to the battlefield is you getting another random encounter with the same thing, but I guess I will take that. And so if that's what we're thinking, if that's what they were thinking, I will count this as a flavor win for that particular context, but not if they were just trying to represent it. If it was something intentional where they're like, this is kind of like that, I'll take it as a flavor win. Magic Damper for blue mana. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. I don't remember this moment from Final Fantasy 13, but I'll take it. Whatever. It's a fine spell. I don't remember this happening in 13. I have no idea how to say that. Merchant, 2 and a blue for 1/4. 1 tap, draw a card, discard a card. 7, tap, sack this creature, draw 3 cards, and it costs 1 less for each town you control. The top part here kind of makes sense to me, that you get something and you have to pay something because it's a merchant. The bottom part of this card maybe is flavorful for Final Fantasy XI specifically. I have no idea. I have no idea because I haven't played the game, but let me know in the comments below if that's a flavor win for the second text. Retrieve the Esper. For 3 and a blue, you get a 3/3 Robot Warrior artifact creature token. Then, if it was cast from your graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. I'm not really sure what the 2 from the graveyard text implies. Let me think about this real quick. Actually, no, I think I understand what they're going for here. So this is the moment when they're going to the Esper world to capture the Espers, turn them into Magicite, and then power up their war machine. So the base Robot Warriors are weaker than the Magitech armor that we saw in the white section because they don't have the added bonus of the Magicite. And then once they return from the Esper realm, they get a little bit stronger. So yeah, no, this is a big flavor win actually, the more I think about it. So it is when they're going. So they're weaker before they go, they come back stronger, and then they get mass produced into the Magitech armor that is the card that we saw earlier. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. I like this, and yeah, this is good. Rook Turret. For 3 and a blue, you get a 3/3. This is for Final Fantasy XIV. Flying, and when another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. I assume this is a machinist job thing, but I didn't play that job, so I have no idea if that's flavorful or not. And I think I was covering up the card, my picture on accident. Sage's Newliths. 1 and a blue, you get to be a 2/1 that has, whenever it attacks, untap target attacking creature, and its cleric in addition to its other types. I didn't play a Sage in Final Fantasy XIV, so once again I can't comment on it, but I'm sure it's flavorful, at least for the job select part. Sagine, this is a 14 again. You see what I mean about there being so many 14 cards in this set. When you cast a non-creature spell of at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, it gets +++ counter on this creature and can't be blocked. I think this implies that there are multiple Sagines, and the ones later in the game are more powerful than the ones early game, which is a flavor win for the whole series because that's the way it always works with enemies. But within 14 itself, I can't say whether this is super flavorful or not. Scorpion Sentinel, our first boss from Final Fantasy VII. 1 and a blue for a 1/4, and as long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. I do not understand. This does not seem like a flavorful ability for the Scorpion Sentinel itself. However, the flavor text is genius. Barret, be careful, attack while the tail's up. It's gonna counterattack with its laser. This is actually a mistranslation in the original version, PS1 version of Final Fantasy VII, where you're actually supposed to be told not to attack when the tail is up, because he will counterattack, except the way that it's phrased with the comma and the way that it's written within the text of Final Fantasy VII is it implies that you are supposed to attack when the tail is up, but if you do that, you make the fight way harder for yourself. So I actually think this is a very, very funny bit of flavor text that actually helps me, it makes me like this card more with the way they designed it, because they know, I know a Final Fantasy fan who's really deep in on Final Fantasy lore chose to put this flavor text on this card specifically, so I like it. I'll call this a good flavor win because of the flavor text specifically. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. For 2 and a blue with flash, enchant artifact or creature. When the aura enters, tap target enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and its activated abilities can't be activated. I love how this has minimal effect on summons themselves. They still get their saga chapters with this on them because it's just activated abilities, not triggered abilities. The artifact part I'm not sold on. It should probably just be creatures, because maybe I'm wrong, but I can't think of a summoner that is an artifact. But it does shut down summoners from being able to trigger their abilities, which a lot of summoner abilities in this set are triggers. And then it also prevents them from being able to cast magic, which maybe is why they can't summon things typically within home here for Final Fantasy X. So I'm going to call this a big flavor win because I think that the area that they are stuck in prevents them from summoning, which is why they can't escape on their own until the Guado and Bavel attack and bust that area open, basically freeing them. This is a cool card and a cool moment from this game. So yeah, this is going to be a flavor win for me. And then our final blue card here is a reprint. It's Syncopate. For X blue, you can counter target spell unless its controller plays X. If that spell is countered that way, exile it instead of putting it in the owner's graveyard. I think this is supposed to be a reference to Reflect, maybe. I don't know. It's just a Magic reprint, though, so yeah, this is not going to be a super... They just slapped the FFX theming on this card. And it kind of works for FFX for Seymour, I guess. But counter magic is not really a thing in Final Fantasy, so it feels very ham-fisted and not super flavorful as a result. But that's okay. Not every card needs to be, and sometimes you need mechanical... there's mechanical reasons to include cards. So our next color here is going to be black. Our first card here is going to be Dark Confidant. And it's going to be themed around Final Fantasy XIV, so maybe the art is flavorful for the card in question. However, I gotta say, it's very disappointing that a mythic slot has been given to Dark Confidant reprint, a card that is not in high demand for any competitive format or anything like that, especially since there's like 1,000 other things this could have been. This could have been King Behemoth. This could have been Summon Anima that was actually worthy of Anima. We'll talk about Anima later again. This could have been Necron. This could have been Unalesca. This could have been a Nethersight thing from Final Fantasy XII. There's so many games in here that I didn't even talk about something it could be in that are a little underrepresented, like Final Fantasy XII, for instance, that this could have been, should have been, and shouldn't have been this. So I'm a little disappointed that this is taking such a prime pool slot for this. I was kind of okay with Syncopate because it's a common, whatever, it doesn't matter. But this is a mythic, and so it should have been something actually Final Fantasy related. So if you're a Final Fantasy fan looking to get into Magic for this set, I could see you being massively disappointed with getting Dark Confidant for your mythic pool in your booster pack. If you're going to be getting something very rare like that, it should be Final Fantasy themed in the Final Fantasy set. So in that sense, this is a design flavor fail, not a card, necessarily a card reprint Magic connection flavor fail. Our first Final Fantasy mythic in black is going to be Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. 2 and a black for a 3/3 that when he attacks or enters, you may sack another creature, and if you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time it happened this turn, you transform him. So obviously, this is a reference to Sephiroth as he starts going downhill in Nibelheim. He gets more knowledge as he gets through Nibelheim and as he starts sacrificing his time. There's not a lot of allies sacrificing for Sephiroth before Nibelheim within Final Fantasy VII Original, but I'll accept it as a necessary part to make the card function within Magic's system. When he flips, he's going to get an emblem that gives him that passive Blood Artist effect, and then he's a big creature that also can sack any number of other creatures to draw that many cards. So it's a constant quest for knowledge, so to say. So Sephiroth, I would call him pretty flavorful. He represents how he is sacrificing everything to figure out his heritage. I just realized I was covering the card the whole time. He fully represents that he is searching for his heritage and willing to sacrifice anything to do it. And then the backside of the card also is a nightmare to deal with, which canonically Sephiroth would be, and he is pretty good about killing a lot of his own stuff, which I think also properly represents Sephiroth with the cloaked figures in the game and how they get sacrificed willy-nilly to ensure that he can get away. And obviously this inciting event, I think, is the Nibelheim massacre right here, represented on the card, happening 4 times and then flipping over into Sephiroth. Really cool design. I would call that a flavor win. Not as big a flavor win as a lot of the other cards we've talked about, but pretty decently done. Arden the Usurper, 5 black, 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 and you get a 4/4. Demons you control have Menace lifelink haste. He's trying to usher in the infinite darkness that brings demons with it in Final Fantasy 15, so I like that. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can reanimate, exile a creature from your graveyard and make a copy of it. That's a 5/5 black demon instead of its base version. I like this. This is a cool representation of Arden and his goals within Final Fantasy 15, so I like it. It's fine. Cecil Dark Knight is for a black. You get a 2/3 death touch that whenever he deals damage, you lose that much life, and if your life total is less than or equal to your starting life total, you untap and transform him into Redeemed Paladin, which is a 4/4 lifelink that when he attacks, other attacking creatures get indestructible. Okay, so let's talk about this, because this card is actually kind of genius. Okay, so in FF4, you start out as a Dark Knight. A Dark Knight that kills everything. Death touch. Good already. Then, when you deal damage, you can lose that much life as your darkness ability. However, the second part of this ability is kind of interesting, because if your life total is less than or equal to half, you will flip him. So when you have to fight Dark Cecil as Paladin Cecil in that climactic story moment in Final Fantasy IV, you're actually not supposed to attack, if I remember right, and you just take damage. And once you've taken a certain threshold of damage, you win. And then you become the Paladin forever. I think it's sweet how they represented that. So much of that story in such a little space on the card. And then he's able to protect all his allies afterwards. This is a sick, flavorful card from the story perspective of Cecil. So I really, really like this. Cecil, however it's pronounced. This is really, really well done. Big flavor win there. Jekt, Reluctant Guardian, 3 and a black for a 4/3 menace that when he deals combat damage to a player, you can exile it and return it to the battlefield transformed. And that's Braska's final Aeon. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card for the first 2. And then the final one, each opponent sacks 2 creatures of their choice for the final arc here for a 7/7 menace. Okay, this is kind of cool too. So, Jekt gets thrown into prison after attacking a shoe puff, I believe. I believe that's why he goes to jail. Oh, no. I'm completely wrong. The shoe puff is way later in the game. He gets a little rambunctious and drunk and gets thrown in jail, and I don't remember if he hit somebody to do it or whatever, but he's in a Bavel prison, a dungeon. And then Braska saves him, gets him out of there, and that's what leads him to becoming Braska's final Aeon at the end of Braska's journey. So the front half of the card, I think, is very flavorful. I think it's really, really nicely done. Jekt really unnerves people within Spira, so the menace really makes sense there. He's a menacing figure for a lot of the game, for Tidus specifically, so I like menace on the card. I also like menace on Braska's final Aeon itself, because he's a very imposing figure. I mean, this is the party right here on the card, and that's the final, major final boss of the game. There's actually Yu Yevon afterwards, which Yu Yevon could have been a mythic in that black spot as well. Big loser for that Dark Confidant there. The first 2 things for Jekt Beam here, I'm not... if I remember right, Jekt Beam maybe gets rid of MP, and so maybe that's what that's implying, but I don't really remember if Jekt Beam gets rid of MP or not off the top of my head. So I'm not really sold on these first 2 chapters here. However, the Ultimate Jekt Shot I am sold on. Not the name Ultimate Jekt Shot, because I actually think this is the wrong name here. Because when Braska's final Aeon dies, it should get replaced by a second final Aeon within the mythos of Spira. And so the two creatures being sacrificed of their own volition, which is how it works within the context of Spira, should be the Summoner and their final Aeon, the Guardian that they choose to turn into the final Aeon. I think this text, other than this Ultimate Jekt Shot name here, which I know they're referencing the ability and the fact that it can kill people, I guess, but no. This text here is should be called Final Aeon or Final Summoning or something like that. And yeah, I like that this is a feature of the card. This does not happen in the game, but this is how final Aeons work in Final Fantasy X, and defeating Sin works in Final Fantasy X. This is super flavorful. This card is very nicely designed for Checked. I like it. I like it a lot. Kane Traitorous Dragoon is going to be our next card. For 2 and a black, you get a 2/4 that has the Dragoon ability of Jump. And when he deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards and create that many treasure tokens and lose that much life. Okay, so I think this is pretty flavorful because Kane betrays the player in the game. And when he does so, you get his equipment, if I remember right. So that's the treasure tokens, I think. And you get the knowledge that he was leading you where you were ending up, which is the drawn cards, I believe. And then you lose a party member, which is the life loss. So I think this is pretty flavorful for Kane and a nice way of representing those story aspects through his card design. Ninja Blades, this is going to be our job select for this. Job select is a very flavorful Final Fantasy XIV mechanic, because if you equip something, you become that job. I think that's very flavorfully done. For the ninja, you get +1/+1, and when it deals combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card and discard a card, and players lose life equal to the discarded card's mana value. I think that's a throw mechanic. That's kind of like you're throwing something, which is a typical ninja skill. I don't remember if that's a skill in Final Fantasy XIV itself, but it is a ninja skill in general. If Final Fantasy Tactics were in this set, it should have double strike, but since Final Fantasy Tactics is not in this set, I will accept the throw mechanic there as a big flavor win for ninjas. Summon Primal Odin. So this is Final Fantasy XIV's Odin. I think it should have been Final Fantasy IV's Odin, personally. I think that should have been the Odin that they used here, but I'll accept this. 4 black for 5/3. No other text. Gungnir, you get to destroy target creature an opponent controls. Odin is all about insta-killing things, so that makes sense. And then Zantetsuken, and if he deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. It should also have given the creature Death Touch. I think that's the only downside of this, because when Odin attacks here, he should kill something. And then Hall of Sorrow, when he leaves, you get to draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. I think this is a very flavorful Odin. The only downside is that Zantetsuken should also give Death Touch in general as well, or Odin should just have Death Touch on the card itself. Those are the only things I would change about this to make it more flavorful, but it's decently flavorful as is. Darkness Crystal, just like the other ones, FF3 might represent the jobs in FF3. I'm not sure, haven't played the game, so I can't comment on that one. Vincent Valentine, for 2 black, you get a 2/2. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. So it's like as you do random encounters and you kill things, your character gets more powerful because they level up. Cool. I like the way they represent that here. In fact, they represent the idea of leveling up a few different ways in this set, such as Minwoo, which I talked about before, and I really like the way that they approach this. Whenever he attacks, he may transform it, so eventually the limit break is going to happen. So when the limit break happens, which you don't get a choice in original Final Fantasy VII, so I don't know how you would have done it. It would have had to have been like an enrage trigger or something, but it's fine. It's fine the way it is. You turn into Galleon Beast, which is his first limit. You get Trample Lifelink. He will have the +1/+1 counters from his front side, I believe. Yes, he will have the +1/+1 counters. So as Vincent gets stronger, the limit breaks get stronger. When he dies, you're going to return it to the battlefield tapped, front face up. This is kind of interesting because in Final Fantasy VII Original, when Vincent limit breaks, you're stuck in that limit break for the whole fight. I don't remember if killing him turns him back into his base form. I'm going to assume it does, since that's what happens here. I'll be honest, when I play Final Fantasy VII, I am not playing Vincent that much because his limit breaks are not really that useful in my opinion. Maybe there's some high-level strat that I'm not thinking of with them that makes them useful, but typically speaking, they're not. So I am actually unsure about this particular element of the card. However, everything else about the card is pretty cool. I really like Vincent Valentine's design here in the main set. Xenos Galvis. This is a Final Fantasy XIV character. I have no idea who he is, so this is my first friend ability. After you play the 3 black for the 4/4, where he is going to identify one creature that he must kill in order to flip, and then everybody else dies. I'm very unsure about this. I'm going to assume this is a big flavor win, but I don't know. This is the card I mentioned in the intro, though, that I do want to talk about the mechanic on the back, and that's Burning Chains. Obviously, I have not done this fight, but I'm going to assume that this is a raid boss encounter, or some kind of boss encounter. So when it happens, he's going to choose an opponent, and if that opponent loses the game, you win the game. So I assume then that if this is a raid mechanic, the way this works is that it will tag one player in the raid, and if that player dies, the whole raid loses. That's what I'm going to guess this is how this works, and if that's how that works in the MMO mechanic, like within the MMO's mechanics itself, then this is super flavorful and I really like this card, but I don't have much to say beyond that. I will talk a little bit about Shinryu. Shinryu first shows up in Final Fantasy V. I think Shinryu should have been a Final Fantasy V card, and if they wanted 2 Shinryus, this one, they could have made a Mythic Shinryu, because Shinryu is the first major super boss in the entire series, so he should have been a Mythic, but, you know, we're gonna rag on Dark Confidant probably for the rest of the video periodically. I like this card, though. It seems flavorful for someone who doesn't really know, is not really familiar with this. Zodiark, Umbral God. Once again, this is a Final Fantasy IV card. I think this should have been a Final Fantasy XII card, because Zodiark is in that game, if I'm remembering correctly. For 5 black mana, you get a 5/5 indestructible, and when he enters, each player sacks half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. When a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiark. This may be flavorful. I'm not sure. I have definitely not encountered that in Final Fantasy XIV. Albed Salvagers, 2 and a black for a 2/3. When this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Not really sold on this ability here for these particular salvagers. These are the ones who saved Tidus at the beginning of Final Fantasy X from Anima's Temple. But yeah, I'm not sold on this ability. Fetching an airship would have been interesting. Would have been the better way to do it, fetching up a vehicle, but you wouldn't want that on an uncommon, so they're kind of trapped in there. So yeah, but this ability here, I'm not sold for the salvager specifically. Circle of Power is going to be our next card. This is actually another Final Fantasy XIV card. For 3 and a black, you get to draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. I'm going to call this the Wizard Triggers ability here from here on out, because all wizards that are created are going to have this. And then wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. I don't really remember this in 14, so this may be flavorful, I don't know. I'm going to talk more about the wizard mechanic and the way the wizard mechanic works when we talk about later cards. So this may be a flavorful card, but I'm not sure. Dark Knight's Greatsword, 2 and a black, job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and as a knight in addition to its other types, and equip is pay 3 life. The equip pay 3 life is very flavorful for the Dark Knight job. But beyond that, I did not use this job in Final Fantasy XIV that much. I played like maybe 1 dungeon or 2 with it, because I believe it was added in Heavensward, and I played around with it a little bit, but I didn't play enough to know whether this is super flavorful or not. The Dark Knights being something where you get a high amount of power with low toughness makes a lot of sense to me, because it is a lot about sacrificing health to get power, typically within this job archetype. So that may be what they're representing there. Demon Wall, for 1 and a black, you get a 3/3 defender with menace. Those things seem like they shouldn't go together, but believe me, they do for Demon Wall for sure. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. And then you can put 2++1 counters on it. So basically, you want to kill it before it gets to you. just like demon walls within the game. Very cool. Like it. I like this design a lot. Why do they keep giving random things to Final Fantasy XIV? I don't know. It seems to me like the most iconic demon wall is the double demon wall of Final Fantasy XII, but maybe I'm missing something here. Evil Reawakened, 4 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. This is when Galoof tries to sacrifice himself to kill X-Death, and then X-Death is fine and stronger afterwards. Very flavorful way of representing this particular story moment in Final Fantasy V. I'm a big fan of how they managed to do that so cleanly and quickly there. Fang, Fearless Lassie, 2 and a black for a 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose a life. This ability triggers once each turn. I'm not really sold on this ability for Fang, but the backside of the card I am sold on. Now, I am going to talk about the backside of the card when I get to Vanille, because she melds with Vanille, and Vanille is the one who actually activates the melding ability. So I'm going to talk about the backside of this card when we get to green with Vanille. Gaius von Balsar, 2 black, 3/2. When he enters, you choose one. Each opponent sacks a creature token of their choice. They sack a non-creature token of their choice, or they sack an enchantment of their choice. I might be flavorful, but he's a 14 card, and I did not come across him, so I don't know. Overkill, 2 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -0, -9999 until end of turn. This should have been damage cap, probably. Overkill is the name of the mechanic in Final Fantasy X when you overkill a fiend and you get extra combat rewards or loot rewards for doing so. So this really needed to give you like a treasure token on top for this to really match the overkill aspect of Final Fantasy X, in my opinion. And this should have been damage cap or something like that instead. It's a cool card, though. It's nice to see something dealing 9999. It doesn't actually deal damage, but something that kind of does that in this set. So I do like the inclusion of this. However, it's not flavorful for overkill specifically, in my opinion. Phantom Train, 3 and a black for 4/4 trample. Sack another artifact or creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on the vehicle, and it becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. Now, I don't remember if something died to get Phantom Train moving in Final Fantasy VI, but I will accept this as a flavorful representation of the fact that it is very death-focused, and it is about taking in the living and not letting them go. So I'll take that as a flavor win, kind of. It's more of a flavor win when we talk about Suplex, but that's in the red section. Poison the Waters, 1 and a black for the moment when Kafka poisons Scion's village, or his kingdom, his castle. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it, and that player discards that card. If I remember right, Kefka was going there to get something specific from them, so either side of the card actually makes sense. Killing all the creatures in the castle with poison is one of Kefka's most iconic things that he does in Final Fantasy VI, so I would say this is an incredibly flavorful card. I really like it. Oh, make sure I actually showed you the whole card, because I keep covering up with my face there. Reno and Rude, 1 and a black for a 2/1 menace. Whenever they deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. Then you may sack another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. So, I had to think about this one a lot, because on surface level, I didn't really see what the connection was. But what I think they're going for here is the fact that they are questing for something specific, right? And they need Aerith to do it. So the idea is that to unlock the Temple of the Ancients, which is what they want to get the Mako, the unfiltered Mako energy, they've got to sacrifice Aerith to do so. So in that way, I think this is a good representation of the Turks and a flavorful card. Shambling Seath, 2 and a black for a 3/3. This creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Seaths are what Lassie become if they fail to complete their focus in time. I think it would have been better for this to have a mutate cost on it, or for the Lassie cards like snow, lightning, and everybody else to flip into a Seath, or maybe the Sid that's in Final Fantasy 13 to flip into a Seath, or something like that, as like kind of like a what if scenario. What if they didn't complete it? What Seath would they become? I'll accept this is kind of flavorful, but I'm not really entirely sold on this Seath design personally. Side quest, hunt the mark, 3 black for an enchantment that destroys up to 1 target creature. So you go out, you hunt your mark, and you get your reward. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then if you control 3 or more treasure tokens, transform this enchantment. So basically it's a hunt board from Final Fantasy 12. I'm very happy that it was Final Fantasy 12 that got this card, because it is the first game to have a hunt mechanic and progression element. So after you complete a bunch of hunts, you unlocked a super hunt. The ultimate mark, Yasmat. That's cool. That's a very cool storytelling through game mechanics, and so I think this is a very nicely done Final Fantasy 12 card. Now for Yasmat himself, he's a little bit underpowered. Yasmat should be way stronger than this for Final Fantasy 12, but you can't have everything be superpower all the time. I just think they should have made the super bosses probably some of the mythics, or rares, than just uncommons, and a lot of super bosses get stuck to uncommon status. So you pay 1 and a black, you sack another creature or artifact, and he gets indestructible until end of turn, and then you tap him. I'm not really sold on this properly representing the mechanics of Yasmat, but also if they were to represent all the mechanics of Yasmat, they would have needed this to be a much bigger text box. And this power toughness is also incorrect. This really should be a huge toughness, like 20 or something, but once again, for the mechanics of the game, some sacrifices need to be made. So Yasmat here, not a big flavor win in my opinion. Very, very much not a flavor win. But the front side of the card is a massive flavor win. Summon Anima. I promised that we would talk about Anima because he is woefully underpowered. He's one of the canonically most powerful Aeons in Final Fantasy X specifically. So for 4 black, you get a 4/4 Menace. This is Seymour's mother here. For the first 3 turns, you get to draw a card and lose a life. And then for the 4th turn, each opponent sacks a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. There's a lot of problems with this, okay? I'm not really Pain being represented as a draw card, lose life function. I'm not seeing. It should have been a kill creature function. Oblivion, it shouldn't be an opponent sacrifices. It should be a target creature function. I like the losing life part. This is not a flavorful representation of Anima, in my opinion. This is very much not a flavorful representation of this card. This should have had Dark Confidant slot, should have been a little bit more overtuned and made mythic, and then it could have been a flavorful representation of Anima. But as is, this is a very disappointingly designed card, in my opinion. The final days, 2 black, create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If this spell was cast from your graveyard, instead create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature tokens in your graveyard, and then as flashback. This is Final Fantasy XIV. I have no idea what this is about. I cannot judge whether this is accurate or not. Tonberry, for a black mana, you get a 2/1 that enters tap with a stun counter, and then during your turn it has First Strike and Death Touch. Very, very cool and flavorful card, albeit I'm not very excited to draft or play this card myself. If you get it down turn 1, it's probably fine, but anytime after that, this is a big problem. So it being stunned is very important because it takes time for the Tonberry to actually Chef's Knife you as it slowly walk forward. And so I'm assuming that for Final Fantasy V, it takes him 3 turns to do that because he enters tap. So turn 1, turn 2, take the stun off, turn 3, gets to untap and actually do something. So I'm assuming that Final Fantasy V, it takes him 3 turns to actually Chef Knife the player. And in that sense, if that's true, that is very flavorful. Chef's Knife, the ability itself, is very flavorful. It has First Strike, it has Death Touch, it's turn-based. Perfect. Very, very awesome design for representing Tonberry's chief mechanic there. Ahriman, 2 and a black, gets a 2/2 flying Death Touch. You sack another creature or artifact, draw a card. This is from Final Fantasy something. I don't know what that is, actually. I can't read that. Regardless, I'm not really buying this part of the text of the card for being a flavor win. I'm not really buying it here. The flying Death Touch, I'll buy that, but I'm not buying the aristocrat effect for the Arimon here. Black Mage's Rod, 1 and a black for job select. When the equipped creature enters, it's going to have +1/+0, and this is the same as the White Mage's Staff, Thieves' Knife. This is the FF1 version. I think they really split these between FF14 and FF1 because FF1, it makes kind of sense for the more iconic and traditional jobs to go there. And then the job select mechanic works way better for Final Fantasy XIV specifically. So he gets the wizard mechanic, which if you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Once again, I want to talk about this mechanic's flavor way more in Final Fantasy IX cards. I don't think this necessarily always is going to work with black mages in general. I mean, they always deal damage, so maybe the implication is if you cast ice magic, you're still dealing damage, which enhances the ice magic's flavor. So I suppose in that sense, this I would call a flavor win. I kind of talked myself into that one. Cornered by black mages, 1 black, target opponent sacks a creature of their choice, and then you create a wizard token with the wizard ability. Okay, so this is the assault on Lindblum, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is the scene when they open, the Lindblum guards open the door, and then the black mages come in and start killing everything. Okay, so within that context, kind of makes sense. The soldiers get sent to in the van, they get sacrificed, kind of. Okay, I'll take that, that's fine. It's not a destroy target creature because it's kind of random a little bit. I think it should have been target opponent sacrifices a creature at random. I actually think that's what the text should say. Creates a 0/1 black wizard creature token. I like this. As more magic is pumped into these black mages, they deal more damage in FF9 as if they're overtuned, as we'll see in the red-black section with Black Waltz number 3, I think. So I like this mechanic for wizards. For the same reason I actually just talked myself into with the last card. I think it's good because black mages are DPS characters. They only deal damage, so making it so all spells, even ones that don't traditionally deal damage, end up dealing damage, is a natural flavor win for black mages. And you'll notice that these are black wizards right here for the black mage thing. I like that. I think it's cool. I do like how this one has a blue cloak. I'm kind of covering up blue cloak. I was checking that real quick, but yeah, this is cool. I like it. Fight On. Great piece of music from Final Fantasy VII, and for 2 and a black, you get to return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so I think this is the Raise ability, and I think it probably should have been called Raise Magic, and it should have been a tiered spell, where you get 1 card to your hand on the lowest tier, or this effect on the first tier, because there's only 2 raises. And then when you cast the stronger raise, they should go to the battlefield. So I do think this is a little bit of a missed flavor opportunity here, but I will accept this as a good piece, a good way of representing revive magic. Fight On, I'm not really sold that that's representing the music, though. Hecht Eyes from Final Fantasy III, I think. 1 and a black for a 1/1. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. Maybe it steals your MP, but I don't remember this enemy type, to be honest with you, from, I think that's FF2. So I can't really comment whether this is flavorful or not. Malboro, 4 black for a 4/4. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles 3 cards from their library. Swamp Cycling 2. Obviously, Swamp Cycling, as you find these in swamps, that's flavorful. Bad Breath, it gives you a bunch of status ailments. Okay, so the only thing I think should have been here as well is it should have done some kind of minus counter thing. It should have had a 4th thing in my mind. Would have made it a little bit overtuned, maybe. If there's one thing I would have replaced, it would have been probably the lost life. I get that that's the poison, that's like the poison hitting it, but I actually would have preferred if you had like some kind of minus counter mechanic on here. So this is kind of flavorful. I'll put it, I'll say it's kind of flavorful. Namazu Trader, this is a 14 card again, 3 and a black for a 3/4. When it enters, you lose life and create a treasure token. When this creature attacks, you may sack another creature artifact. If you do, surveil 2. I am not qualified to comment on this at all. Koot Rub Forager? for rare, sorry. 2 and a black for a 3/2. When this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile 2 cards from a single graveyard. This is the Final Fantasy 11 enemy. I have not played it, and I am not familiar with this particular enemy, so I cannot say whether this is flavorful or not. Resentful Revelation for 1 and a black. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand and the rest into your graveyard, and then you can flash back up. This is very flavorful. He spends a lot of time in that library at the bottom of the Shinra Mansion, discovering that he is a byproduct of Genova. So I really do like this. I think this is a fantastically flavorful representation of this particular moment, and I think it really does show you that there is a Final Fantasy VII lover on the team. That they would include this moment on a card. And I think it's fitting for it to be a common as well. Sephiroth's Intervention. This probably should have been a rare. It should have been a very powerful kill spell, honestly, because of how iconic it is. But I'll accept it for what it is. 3 and a black, you destroy target creature and you gain 2 life. He kills Aerith and he forwards his goals. I think this is fine. I'm not sure how else you would represent the way that he advances his goals than gaining 2 life, but it works. This is flavorful. I like it. I wish the angle was a little bit different because the way that you see him come down is more head on, but that's fine. This is cool. Shinra's Reinforcements for 2 and a black. You get a 2/3, and when it enters, you mill 3 and you gain 3. I think that's supposed to maybe represent the way that they're mining Mako, out of Midgard, out of Gaia, sorry. I keep saying the wrong thing, out of Gaia. But I'll be honest, I'm not really super sold on this ability for Shinra Reinforcements. Tell me if you got a perspective that's different, though. Undercity, Dire Rat, 1 and a black for a 2/2, Rat Tail. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. Okay, so Rat Tail is way more powerful than just a crummy treasure token, guys. Rat Tails are way better than just a treasure token. That being said, this is fine. This is going to be a very nice card for the Aristocrats archetype in Draft. I'm not here to talk about that right now, though. I don't remember if you get a bunch of Rat Tails in Final Fantasy XII. So this actually maybe is super flavorful that they're a dime a dozen like this. It could be. I mean, maybe. I don't have the entire drop rate and differences of every version of Rat Tail in the Final Fantasy series memorized in my head. So if this is this may be a flavorful version of Rat Tail in Final Fantasy XII. Okay, I would accept that. In terms of Rat Tail in general, this is not a flavorful representation of Rat Tail in the series as general, but this may be a flavorful 12 card. Vane's Treachery. Vane's Treasury costs 1 and a black for an instant. You can sack an artifact or a creature as kicker. I like that as a kicker cost for this particular card. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end turn, and if it was kicked, it gets -6/-6. I think this is a very nice and well done flavor win for Final Fantasy XII here. Vane is another card that could have been that Black Mythic right there, but yeah, we're not going to get that. I like this card, though. This is cool. Vincent's Limit Break. For 1 and a black, you get a tiered spell. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its opponent's control and has the chosen base power toughness. Okay, so obviously, it's when Vincent dies, he's going to get rezzed at a lower health, pretty much. It is what I think that means. So that's pretty flavorful, just like we talked about with Vincent himself. So Galleon Beast, it's kind of funny. You can have 2 Galleon Beasts, not really, but, you know, thematically wise, on the battlefield at the same time. 3/2, it matches the backside of the actual Vincent card. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Death Gigas, 5/2, and then Hellmasker, 7/2. So this is instant. You can actually use this to outright murder someone, honestly. And then if they killed the guy, or to basically trade this spell for a higher power creature, which I'm going to refer to as monster for this particular example for the flavor, on your opponent's side of the field. So I actually think this is a very nice representation of Vincent's Limit Break. Obviously, they could have overtuned this a little bit more, but for a common power level card, this is pretty decent. Pretty decent representation of his limit breaks. And that's the end of black there. So we're actually going to be moving right along here to red. Now, red's my favorite color in Magic, so I'm very excited to talk about these cards. And our first card here is Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. So I actually want to talk about the characters of Final Fantasy 16 and the story of Final Fantasy 16 real quick. I didn't talk about it for Dion and Jill because I figured it was best to save it for Clive, the main guy of the game. So with Final Fantasy 16, this game is a contentious one within the fan base, as every fan knows. The ones who like the game and the ones who don't. I'm a Final Fantasy shellbag. I will be honest with you all. I am buying a lot of this set because I am a Final Fantasy shellbag. I'm talking about this set all month, pretty much, and Final Fantasy because it's my favorite gaming franchise, and it has been ever since I was 4 years old. I love this series. I liked half of Final Fantasy 16's story, the part where Ultima is introduced, and I'll talk about him later. I don't like it from there on out. It's really, really bad. And my favorite channel on YouTube is Resonant Arc, and Mike Brown on that channel, the main guy on the channel, the owner of the channel, I think he would agree with me after watching his Final Fantasy 16 podcast analysis that the first half of the game is pretty nicely done, actually. It's when Ultima is introduced that everything falls apart. Now, the reason why I want to say this is because I'm talking primarily to Final Fantasy fans right now. If you didn't play 16 because of the action gameplay, I don't blame you. Final Fantasy has been a turn-based series, and Expedition 33 shows that it could have been a turn-based party turn-based multiplayer. Whoa, what am I saying? A party turn-based game, like a traditional Final Fantasy game, and it would have been successful. It could have been. It should have been. That being said, if you didn't play the game because of that, the characters, Jill, Clive, Dion, the Cid of that game, Sidolphus in that game, they really are awesome characters. And Ben Starr knocks it out of the park with Clive. So it really is in your best interest to watch the movie cut of these games. I'm sure Gamers Little Playground or MK Ice and Fire probably have one on their channels. That's what they're kind of known for. I do recommend it. So I wanted to talk about that real quick. It's kind of a break from the thing here, but, you know, Final Fantasy 16 is definitely one of, if not the most contentious Final Fantasy game out there right now. And it probably will be for quite some time. But let's talk about whether this is flavorful or not. Clive, Ifrit's Dominant, 4 red for a 5/5 mythic status. He's the main guy of that game. It's the most recent game. Makes sense that he's a mythic status card in my mind. When he enters, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to your devotion to red. So this is kind of an interesting thing. I spent some time thinking about this one. So early on in Final Fantasy 16, Clive turns into the Ifrit Dominant, or the Ifrit Icon, sorry. I think I made that mistake earlier too. There's a lot of different terms for summons in the Final Fantasy series. I think I called either Bahamut a Dominant or Shiva a Dominant. I meant Icon. That's what I meant. He turns into the Icon Ifrit, which should not exist. By the knowledge that everybody has of the world, there's one Dominant for every element, and that's it. The Fire Dominant is Phoenix, and we will talk about him in the multicolored section, but that's what they have understood to be the Fire Dominant. Ifrit is an extra Fire Dominant and should not exist. So when he transforms into it, he casts his entire life aside. The only part that's not properly represented here is that there should be a wide sacrifice effect. That doesn't happen. And it's in red, so I understand that they can't do that. And they represent that through the discard effect. So I like that. I get it. It fits the color pie, but it's a little bit of a flavor fail because it should be a mass sacrifice. And you should keep 2 creatures, maybe 3, because Torval survives as well. So maybe it's like you need to pick up to, let me count real quick. Clive, Joshua, Torgal, I don't remember if Jill was there. I don't think Jill was there. So up to 3 creatures, and you sack the rest is what that ability should have been. That being said, for the first part of the card, for the Color Pie of Magic, discarding the hand gets the same thing done, although, once again, I think you should have been able to keep up to 3, but then that would have broken the second half of the card. The second half of the card is you draw cards equal to your devotion to red. So, like a lot of JRPGs, Final Fantasy 16 has the I get my power from my friends. So the power of friendship type thing that's been memed on a lot. I think it's okayly done in 16, and I think it's often way hyperbolized, and really the only game where I think the power of friendship, as it is often colloquially memeified, is in Final Fantasy VI at the end versus Kefka, where they actually say that. A lot of people are Final Fantasy VI fans, so I think there was a lot of like projecting that element of Final Fantasy VI on the idea that you get power from your friends into other games, even though I think other games do it far more interesting, like Final Fantasy X and 9 and all that stuff, right? He gets power from his friendship. So this is the power of friendship thing represented within the card mechanic, and he gets a lot of cards if he has a lot of friends, not as many cards as if he doesn't have as many friends. The downside of this that's a little bit of a flavor nombo is that he has a very close connection with Jill. Jill is very close with Clive. They are lovers. She does not contribute to his ability to draw cards. I think that makes this a bit of a nombo combo, and maybe it should have been devotion to red and blue. I can buy Dion not being the most important thing for him, so maybe not red, blue, and white. But blue should have been included because it is a flavor fail that Jill does not add to his growth as a character. So that's a big flavor fail in my mind, and something that I think makes the first box here, it kind of, I get it because it's made this way for the mechanics of Magic and for balancing reasons, but that first box is a flavor fail in my opinion. For red, tap, you exile him, and then you return him to the battlefield transformed under owner's control, and you activate that as a sorcery. This is the icon ability thing. It happened on Dion, it happened on Jill. I haven't talked about it yet because, once again, I wanted to talk about it with Clive specifically. So, this is different than the other summons because the way icons work is they turn into the summon, and then they turn back into their human version, right? So they turn into the thing. That's why they're not the typical saga, because the way summons work in Final Fantasy is you summon the thing out, it does an effect, it deals damage or it does something, and then it exits. And that's the saga, right? And that's why that's such a flavorful bit of design. Massive flavor design there. Really nicely done. With these icon summons, they had to be able to flip back because they don't just die when this happens. If they prime into their icon way too often, they'll turn to stone, but they don't have a petrify mechanic in Magic. So maybe what they should have done is if you did it 3 times a game, your character should be stunned or something. I don't know, but honestly, you're not flipping this back and forth enough to warrant that type of thing. You're just not doing that enough in a game of Magic where one of these could feasibly, story-wise, turn into stone, get petrified. So I think it's fine to leave that off of these things. So when he's in a Freet, he's going to fight up to one other target creature. Now, the reason why this matters, and the reason why I think this should have said either, it should have probably had the added text, if that is an enchantment, destroy it, is because Clive turns into a Freet specifically. He primes into a Freet specifically to fight other icons. Those are the big iconic icon battles of Final Fantasy 16, pun intended. So the fight text here is very good. I like it. It should have had the additional text that if it was an enchantment creature, they die immediately, because he does not lose a battle with an enchantment creature. Now, that being said, he's a 9/9. The only one he's going to trade with in this set is a Summon Bahamut from Final Fantasy X, which we'll talk about in the Colorless section, which, you know, if they met, I could buy that Final Fantasy X Bahamut could take down Clive's Ifrit. I could buy that. So I will let that go for this particular one for the flavor, because against the other summons that are from 16 in this set, he does body all of them. So I will, this is a flavor win here. It's just something I wanted to bring up. For 2 and 3, you add 4 red, and if he has 3 or more lore counters on him, you flip him back over. So the mana production is the weird thing. So Clive is able to harness a lot of magic. It's actually one of the big things that makes him the special boy of 16. He can harness a lot of magic without turning to stone. However, I think it would have been better for him to copy chapter abilities from sagas, to be honest. These should have been copy abilities here. Because when he fights against the other icons in Final Fantasy 16, he takes their power and is able to use it. It's part of the cooldown based loop of 16. So I think Brimstone here, I get it, he's producing a lot of magic and maybe that's the implication there. But I think this is a flavor fail here, personally. I think this is a win, but by and large, Clive Friedstamen, I think, is a bit of a flavor fail. I think it's ham-fisted a lot by the fact that they're trying to make it fit the mono-red color pie. And mechanically, I like the card. I think the card is a very well-designed magic card, but it is not a flavorful magic card. A flavorful Final Fantasy card, I should say, with the game in question in mind. Now, you know, I said a lot of stuff, and maybe there's an angle here that I'm missing. So if you have if you think you know why this is flavorful, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear it, and let's discuss about that. Now, our next mythic here is Nibelheim Aflame. That's 3 mythics for Final Fantasy VII. Now, I'm not stupid. Final Fantasy VII, 14, and 6 are the most well-liked Final Fantasy games. 10, I would say as well. Those are the big 4. They're why they get. That's the reason they get the commander decks. But really, come on. Let's. If this is going to be a Final Fantasy set, let's try and spread out the Final Fantasy love here, and let's actually give Final Fantasy 12 fans something to look forward to open. Let's give Final Fantasy 8 fans something to look forward to open. A prize chase card, and there's just not any of those in here. Now, that's a set design thing, not a flavor thing. Let's get back to this. Nibelheim Aflame is a mythic-worthy card, so I don't want to undersell how important this card is for the story of 7. But I felt like this event was properly represented on the Sephiroth card. Whatever. It's a big moment. It's fine to have its own card. 2 red, for sorcery. Choose target creature you control. Sephiroth, right? It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. Because it happens in Nibelheim, a 3 damage nuke would kill everybody. If this spell was cast from your graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Okay, so Nibelheim Aflame does not happen twice, I don't think. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I don't remember it happening again. This scene only happens once, for sure. So the flashback is a little bit of a flavor fail, in my opinion, but the top half of the card is very flavorful and very nicely done. So, yeah, I'm going to call this a very good flavor win, by and large. Firion Wild Rose Warrior is one of our very few Final Fantasy II cards here. 2 and a red for a 3/3. Equip creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next upkeep. Now, it's been a hot minute since I played Final Fantasy II. I cannot actually say whether this is flavorful or not. I mean, a lot of things with equipments just happen in Final Fantasy because it's a JRPG series. Equipments are a big deal in this franchise. But whether Firion himself specifically should do this, I don't know. I'm actually erring on the side of no. I would have actually liked to see more of the Final Fantasy VII combat style being represented through the cards from Final Fantasy... Wait, did I say 7? I meant 2. The Final Fantasy II combat style being represented through the cards that are Final Fantasy II, much in the same way Minwu is. I think Minwu is a very perfect Final Fantasy II card and a perfect representation of Final Fantasy II. And I don't think this card does that as well. Gilgamesh Master at Arms is a 4 red for a 6/6 Whenever he enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. Okay, so the only part of this text that is a little bit off is they should attach to Gilgamesh, period. No a samurai. That a samurai text is done for the magic mechanics and the fun factor of playing the card and building a samurai deck around it. Fine. Acceptable from a gameplay standpoint, but as a flavor aspect, this is a little bit of a negative. As for the main meat of the text, this is perfect. He goes to other realms, and he takes weapons, and he uses them. That's why in Final Fantasy 13-2, he's got all kinds of crazy things from the other games. That's why you can see him with a Buster Sword. You can see him with all kinds of other weapons, iconic weapons throughout the series. The only other thing I can think of with this guy is I would have made him a Planeswalker, because he is the only character in the Final Fantasy mythos that could be a Planeswalker. He Planeswalks. He actually does. He goes between the games. And it's not just that he's a recurring character. No, it's the same one goes through the games. So I actually think that this should have been a Planeswalker, and it would have made him more flavorful. But the ability they did give him is quite flavorful as is. I quite like it, except for this a samurai text for flavor. Now, I want to reiterate, because I actually love the design of most of the cards that I've talked about today, even the ones that are a little less flavorful, like Clive. I really love the designs. This is going to be a very fun set to play. But right now I'm just talking about flavor, and that's why I'm being very nitpicky here. Our next card is Raban, Bull of Alamigo. I do know this guy. I remember him from Final Fantasy XIV. Ward, pay life equal to his power, and when he attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target attacking creature. I don't really know. I remember this guy, but I don't remember anything that would imply this second text is flavorful for him. The first text I can buy, if you're going to target him, he's going to punch you in the face. I buy that. That's very, very buyable in my book. This second part of the text, I don't necessarily buy. It makes sense for the equipment archetype present within the limited environment of Final Fantasy MTG, but as a flavor piece of Raban here, I'm not buying it personally. Cypher Almasay? Almasy? I have actually never read his last name. I usually skip over it and just call him Cypher. 3 in a red for a human knight, 3/4. When a creature you control attacks alone, it gets double strike until end of turn. I actually think this kind of works for Cypher, because he's a little bit more unhinged, and he usually has to 1v3 because he is a boss style character in the game. So I actually like the fact that he attacks multiple times, and that it is something that happens when he's alone. And then Fire Cross, when he deals combat damage to a player, you may cast it and target instant or sorcery with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So he works with the sorceress, but he himself doing this, I'm not really buying it. I guess what it's implying is that you are getting the Fire Cross effect. However, I don't think that's casting an instant or sorcery. I think to make this more flavorful, it would have to be exiling an instant or sorcery and then bolting the opponent or dealing 2 or something. This is a much more fun ability, so I'm happy it's here, but in terms of flavor, I'm not really buying this particular thing here. Summon Brynhildr is a 1 in a red. This is Final Fantasy 13. I believe this is Saz's Eidolon, I think is how they pronounce it in that game. Chain, exile a top card of your library. During your turn, you put a lore counter on this saga. You may play that card. Okay, it's the red draw effect. All right. And then when you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste until end of turn. He is a race car, so I suppose I'll accept that. He is a race car. I'm not super buying this as a major flavor win for Brynhildr, but you know, it's a fun design card. He's a race car. I'll take it. He's turning into a race car in this mode as well, so sure. You know, you're not able to put your allies in the car though, so that really just doesn't work within the mechanics of Final Fantasy 13, but it does kind of match the fact that he is a car, a sports car. Summon GF Cerberus, 2 and a red for 3/3. Surveil 1. The Surveil 1 maybe matches the mythological component of Cerberus, putting stuff in the graveyard maybe, I guess, but not really buying this first lore counter here. However, I do buy the other 3 quite highly here. Double. So Cerberus, if I remember right, does not actually deal damage in Final Fantasy VIII, and this is the Final Fantasy VIII version because it's the GF version. And instead, I believe he does double or triple. He either gives you double cast or triple cast or something. I have not used Cerberus in any of my Final Fantasy VIII playthroughs in a long time because I usually do challenge runs of the Final Fantasy games these days, and Cerberus just never comes up in my challenge run. Double. When you next cast an instant or sorcery, you get to copy it and you choose new copies. I buy this. I buy double. I also buy triple. When you next cast an instant or sorcery this turn, copy it twice and you may pick new copies. This is a really, really well-designed card. I'm going to call this a big flavor win. The only thing I'm not really buying here is the Surveil, but I'm even buying the power toughness here with 3/3. 3 heads, 3 power. So, and I like the look of him. So, yeah, it's only this first thing I think is a little off. Fire Crystal, just like the other crystals, this may be an accurate representation of the jobs that you get from the Fire Crystal in Final Fantasy III. I'm honestly, with these crystals, I'm not really seeing it. They're really generic color pie abilities for magic mechanics, so I'm not seeing it. But since I have not played the game, I'm not going to say that it is that way. So it may be, it might not be, I don't know. Triple Triad, 3 red for at the beginning of your upkeep. Each player exiles the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana cost than it without paying their mana cost. This is genius. This is absolutely genius. So in Triple Triad, when you win a match of Triple Triad, you take your opponent's cards. So this kind of breaks the red pie a little bit in my opinion, but I actually really like this here because it is kind of like a card sharking type thing, you know, like you're anteing up. So I like it here. And this is kind of an interesting way of bringing ante back into Magic. I'm genuinely into it. I like it a lot. So yeah, this is a perfect representation of Triple Triad, and I'm a big fan. Vaughn, Street Thief. For a 2 and a red, you get a 2/2 human scout. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. You may cast it. If you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. So Vaughn really wants to be a sky pirate. This is flavorful in that sense. I would personally, if I was designing the set, I probably would not have put Vaughn in it. I would have put Bosch over Vaughn, that's for sure, and Bosch is not in the set. So yeah, he's a flavor win. But you'll be hard-pressed to find somebody, even an FF12 fan, saying Vaughn is the best character in FF12 and that he should have been here over Bosch. I'm not buying that, personally. But as an individual card for Vaughn himself, yeah, he's flavorful. Zeldinkt, 2 and a red for a 0/1. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. He gets +1/+0 for each land you control. And at the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. So, on a surface level, this wouldn't be flavorful, because what the heck does Zell have to do with discovering new land? However, when I thought a little bit harder about this, it actually is super flavorful, because he picks up the land and he puts it back down. You know what, this action of like picking stuff up and putting them back down and picking stuff up and putting it down and putting multiple things down and triggering things multiple times, you know what we call that? We call that a combo. And so I actually really like the design of Zell here, because he is constantly comboing. He is comboing off all the time with lands, which costs 0 mana. You know what costs 0 mana? His Limit Break costs 0 mana. So yeah, this is a super flavorful Zell card. I really like the design here. And we'll talk about this comboing landfall type thing again in the green section with Tifa. Barrett Wallace, 3 and a red, reach. Whenever he attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending players. So as Avalanche grows bigger, his ability gets better. It's pretty flavorful for that reason. Also, as you give him better equipment, his machine gun gets better. So I also like it for that reason. I think this is a nice flavor win for Barrett here. Choco Comet for X red. It deals X damage to any target, so you can pump a lot of mana into this, and then afterwards you get a 2/2 green bird creature token with this Chocobo ability. Whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. I'm not going to read that every single time. I'm just going to call it the Chocobo landfall ability from here on out. So yeah, this is super flavorful. Red Chocobos do this. They send comments down, and then it's a Chocobo. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. Big flavor win. Coral Sword, this is Final Fantasy V. This is a very important sword within the game. Red Flash, when it enters, you can attach it to a creature control. It gets first strike until end of turn, +1/+0, and equip 1. I do not remember if Coral Sword gives you initiative, but I'm going to guess it does if it's giving you first strike. This is a cool equipment. I feel like it kind of undersells Coral Sword, but, you know, it's fine. It's good for uncommon power level. The art's nice. It's a good card. Fire Magic. Red, tiered, 0 deals 1 damage to each creature, 2 damage to each creature, 5 3 damage to each creature. So it's very interesting that they put VV here on the cover here, because more so than most games, I think in Final Fantasy IX you are doing the multi-hit version of spells. So if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy, you can press like a trigger when you're targeting for a spell, and you can usually make it hit all the opponents instead of just one target in that game. And I think this is a good representation of that particular part. So I'm going to call this a big flavor win because it is dealing damage. That's what Fire Magic does. And yeah, this is a big flavor win. Freya Crescent. Oh, was I covering it? I'm going to show you this art real quick before I move on. Freya Crescent, for a 1 red, you get a 1/1 with jump because she's a Dragoon, so flavor already. And then you can tap to add a red and spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. So it's been a long time since I've gone for 100% in Final Fantasy IX. I don't remember if there's a quest where she's looking for a superpowered spear or something like that. She is questing for Sir Fratley, so I think it should have been a land-based ability for her questing after Sir Fratley, but within the mechanics of Final Fantasy or Magic, this makes sense for the archetype that she's supposed to be a part of, so I like it for that reason. And yeah, I like her design as a Magic card, but it probably should have had something that better fit her quest for Sir Fratley in my mind. Opera Love Song, 1 in a red. You choose one. You either exile top 2 cards of your library and you may play them until your next turn, or 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 until end of turn. This is the very iconic opera scene from Final Fantasy VI. I'm not really sold on these 2 abilities for this opera scene, to be honest with you. I honestly don't know how you would represent this scene. I think a saga would be the way that you would have to do it, but I'm not really buying this as a flavor win for the Opera Love Song, even if I do like the design of the card itself. Prompto Argentum. So Prompto is 1 in a red. It gets 2/2 haste, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 or more mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. So when you do something cool in the middle of your fight, you get a picture taken, a selfie taken. Big flavor win for Prompto. I really do like the design here. I hope one of the tokens has a selfie on it. I'm not sure if it does or not, though, because I haven't looked at the token arts. Queen Braun. Queen Braun is a 2 in a red for a 2/1 prowess, and whenever she attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard triggered ability. This is really cool because as she attacks places, she makes more black mages to be able to do it, and she has prowess herself because she starts taking all the summons and starts using them. So the fact that you can pump her up and do a lot of massive damage with Braun herself is kind of weird, but I think that's supposed to represent the fact that she's taking the Eidolons and using them, so I like it for that reason. So yeah, I like Queen Braun's design. I think she's a well-designed card. Random encounter, 4 red, shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards, and for each creature card milled this way on the battlefield, they gain haste, and at the beginning of the end step, return the creatures to their hand, and it has flashback. Okay, so this is genius. I was really curious when they first announced this set, how are they going to get random encounters across? Because it is a big part of Final Fantasies 1 through 10. I think that this is genius. So you get a bunch of random stuff to the field. It could be 1 thing, it could be 3, it could be 4. You don't know what you're going to get because you have to shuffle first, so you can't even set this up. You can do it again later. So later on, you're going to get another random encounter. And if they don't kill them that turn, you're going to replay them. So they're going to have to deal with them anyway. So it really does feed into a nice idea of what a random encounter would look like within the mechanics of Magic. And I think this is an incredibly flavorful card as a result. Samurai's Katana is going to be our next card here, 2 in a red, and it has Job Select, and it has +2/+2, Trample, and Haste, and is a Samurai in addition to its other types. So this one's interesting. Samurai typically have two-hand, like they two-hand their stuff for extra power in Final Fantasy games, and in that way, I don't see this as working, but it may work within the Final Fantasy XIV framework. I mean, he is dual. It does seem like maybe it would work a little bit better there. Haste, I'm also not super seeing, but Trample could be a representation of that two-handed thing, so in that way it could be fine. This could be super flavorful. It's not how I personally would have designed the card myself, but I'm also a big Final Fantasy Tactics fan, so maybe I'm not the right one to ask. Sandworm, 4 in a red for a 5/4 haste, and when this creature enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Sandworms are a consistent enemy in Final Fantasy. They don't really destroy the land around them, though. Maybe there's a story moment in 5 where that happens, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. So this triggered ability, while it is very cool and I like it, and it probably represents the tunnel that they made to get there, I'm not really buying it from the raw mechanics of Final Fantasy games in general. I can kind of get the story element of it tunneled there, so it destroyed the land behind it and changed the topography. I can kind of buy that, and maybe that's what they were going for with the Sandworm, but they're usually in desert areas in Final Fantasy, so that doesn't even seem like that would work as a justification that much personally. So Haste, also not really buying that for Sandworms. You're usually getting the first attack on Sandworms, and there should have been some kind of eat mechanic, or they also do the thing that Midgard Swarmer does where they can toss your guys out of battle. But yeah, I'm not really buying this as a super flavorful representation of Sandworm, but it is a really nicely designed card. Self-destruct, 1 in a red, X target creature you control deals X damage to any other target, and X to itself, where X is its power. This is when Gilgamesh sacrifices himself in Final Fantasy V. Gilgamesh does not actually die. I like it. I like this a lot. This is a really, really nicely designed way of representing self-destruct. You're always going to lose your creature, but maybe they'll be able to keep theirs. But you're also not sacking your creature as a part of the cost. So this is actually something that if you were to copy it, you would have to keep blowing up your creatures to copy it. So I really like that, especially with the copy theming in this set. So yeah, this is a really, really good flavor win for me. Side quest, play Blitzball, 2 in a red. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment and then attach it to a creature you control. Okay, so nothing about this is flavor-wise wrong at this point. I think this is not how I would have represented Blitzball, but within red, it's okay. It's not amazing. This is a big flavor fail, though. And the big reason it's a flavor fail is it's red. And you might say, well, why is that a flavor fail? And it's because the Final Fantasy X Commander deck is banned. You can't play this in the Commander deck. And, you know, I get it. You're not going to be able to play every Final Fantasy X card in that Commander deck, but you can play a fair few of them. I mean, the Tidus in the main set, the Yuna in the main set, you can play them in that deck. And I get that you're not going to be able to play every single one in there. You don't want to tie Final Fantasy X just to those, but Blitzball's kind of a big important thing that you would have liked to have been able to play in your Final Fantasy X themed Commander deck, and you can't. You would have liked to have World Champion in your Commander deck, and you can't. So from that meta side, I think this is a flavor fail personally. Double Overdrive is a really good way of representing that in my mind with Double Strike, though. So I think the backside of this card is really well designed. I think the front side of this card, I'm not really buying it for Blitzball. Personally, Blitzball, it seems like you should be passing a ball around like a +1 counter or something. So yeah, I'm not really buying this as a flavor one. The backside is good, but then the meta flavor is really, really bad because you can't even play this with Waka in Commander at all. If you put Waka as your commander, you can't play this in your deck, and you can't play it in the Final Fantasy X deck, so I think that's a bit of a flavor fail, personally. Sorceress's Schemes, 3 and a red. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand, add red, and then you can flashback it. Okay, so this is really cool. This is actually, I think, the first time we've seen this effect of being able to return something that was exiled from your exile pile to your hand, outside of like Eldrazi. I think Eldrazi are the only ones that do that. So why is it that Ultimecia can do that? Well, it's very simple. Ultimecia has time control. So what she's doing is she's reaching through time and grabbing it before it happened. She's grabbing it before it got exiled. And that's super cool. This is an amazing flavor win for Ultimecia here. Very, very big flavor win. Summon Esper Ramu. This is for Final Fantasy VI. 2 red, 3/3 with the uncommon power level. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. I think that fits for Judgment Bolt. I think that fits quite well. It gets stronger as you level up through the game by, you know, using a bunch of stuff and getting stronger. So it gets more powerful in the late game than the early game, and it can deal a lot of damage. So yeah, I like that. The 2 and 3 I'm not buying for... Well, actually, never mind. This is Final Fantasy VI, so 2 and 3 I do buy, actually. Wizards you control get +1/+0 until end of turn, because the way that you equip Magicite in Final Fantasy VI fundamentally is how you get your power in those games. So it's going to scale how much magic are you getting, how much MP and stuff. So yeah, actually, never mind. This actually works because it is Final Fantasy VI. So yeah, Wizards are going to benefit more from equipping the Esper Ramu Magicite to them than other people would. So I like it for that reason. Unexpected Request, 2 and a red, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. This is really cool. This is the moment where Zidane is going to kidnap Garnet, and then Garnet's like, no, I really want to come with you. Very nicely done and nicely represented here, and the only part of this that is a flavor fail is the fact that the equipment is unequipped after leaving. For the weapon, that's a flavor fail. For the actual attire, that actually could be a flavor win. I don't remember if it unequips her armor and stuff when she's out of your party. I want to say it doesn't, but then I'm not so confident to say that that's a flavor fail as a result. But I do like this because she does leave the party later, so this is a big flavor win in my mind. Blazing Bomb, 1 red. This is the 9 version, so I think this is implying that this is the one on the Tantalus. Yeah, I think this is on the not on the Tantalus, on the Prima Vista at the beginning of the game. So I'm going to start out by saying I don't think this is a flavor win. There's ways that this card could have been designed to make it better, but I understand why they didn't do it. It should have Enrage. It should have the mechanic where once it's dealt damage, it has a trigger. And the way that trigger should work is it should do something, a little effect the first time, a bigger effect the second time, a third effect that's even bigger the third time. That's how I would have designed the card. Or say that you put a charge counter on it every time it's dealt damage, and then the third time it blows up. That's what I would have done for this. This works better within the way that the Final Fantasy set has been designed for a limited environment, but it is not a flavorful representation of bombs, in my opinion. Call the Mountain Chocobo, 3 and a red will let you search for a mountain card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle, and then you'll get a 2/2 green bird creature token with the Chocobo landfall trigger, and then it has flashback. This is cool. So, you know, this green Chocobo is for crossing mountainous zones in Final Fantasy VII. And yeah, so you're going to be able to find the mountain that you're crossing, and then you'll be able to get the bird that can cross it. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. Oh, make sure you see the whole card. Wasn't sure if I was covering it up that whole time. Haste Magic is 1 and a red. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. Exile top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. Okay, so it gives haste. That already would have been flavorful enough on its own. I also like the way the gear is surrounding cloud. That's a nice touch for the art there. +3, +1, I'm not really buying because you shouldn't necessarily get stronger off of haste magic. That's not how that works. Yeah, that's not how that works. So that part is a flavor fail. The exile of the top card of your library, this is also a flavor fail. This makes no sense. For this to be perfect flavor, it literally has to just give haste, and this would need to be a tiered spell with Hastega, giving haste to all your creatures on the tiered version of it. That's what would be most flavorful. As a card, though, this is decently flavorful and is much better designed than what I just said, which is why they did it. So yeah, this is cool. I like this. Hill Gygus, 4 red, trample haste. You fight him on the mountain, so you get the mountain cycling good. Does he attack first? I don't remember him attacking first, but I also don't really remember Hill Gygus in general. So yeah, that may be a little bit of a nombo right there. I buy trample. I'm not sure about haste, but yeah, cool card. Item shopkeep, we had the weapon one before. Let's have the item one now. 1 in a red for 2/2. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains menace until end of turn. I'm not buying this as a flavor win. There's no item in Final Fantasy that you buy from general item shopkeepers, like basic ones, that I can think of that would replicate the effect of menace. So yeah, I'm not buying this one as a flavor win at all, but it is a cool card. Laughing Mad, 2 in a red for a instant that as an additional cost you have to discard a card and then you draw 2 cards and that has flashback. I think this is a nice representation of Kefka. These type of discard draw effects are usually tied with madness, and so I think this is a very, very solid representation of this style of card for Final Fantasy VI and Kefka specifically. Light of Judgment for 4 in a red, you get an instant that deals 6 damage to target creature and destroys up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. Okay, the equipment destruction part, I think I buy. I don't remember if there was somebody who was going to slay Kefka with some kind of special sword, and so he struck him down and killed him. I'm not sure. The 6 damage to target creature is very flavorful. I do really like that. The destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature, I'm not really sure if that's a flavor win or not. It is a mechanical MTG win for the limited environment, but for the flavor, I'm not really sure about that one. Mysidian Elder, 2 in a red for this Final Fantasy IV card, and when it enters, you're going to get a 0/1 black wizard creature token with it. Very simple, very flavorful, nicely done. Red Mage's Rapier, 1 in a red for the job select. This is Final Fantasy I. Again, equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn and is a wizard in addition to other types. Okay, so I buy a wizard. I also buy it not having the typical wizard trigger that I've been talking about many times in this thing. What I don't buy about this card is the +2/+0 thing. I'm not really buying that for red mages. Personally, however, it would be impossible to properly design red mages with the fact that they have black magic and white magic. So I'll take it as just an impossible to define a card in a magic thing. You would have to be like 3 colors to properly represent red mage, I think, and it would still need to be at common or a common, which you don't want in a set like this. So yeah, this is fine for, the logistics of things. Sabo Tender, this is Final Fantasy XI card, so I can't really comment on whether this is flavorful or not. Maybe it's that they get stronger as you adventure more, I don't know. Summon GF Ifrit, 2 in a red, you get a 3/2. You may discard a card if you do draw a card, and then you get 2 red, so 2 times this, 2 times that. Okay, this is really weak. I'm not really buying this as the GF mechanic for Ifrit. That's not really flavorful for that. In terms of power level, I'll accept the power, the fact that he's a bit of a weaker GF, just because he is the first boss of the game and he is designed to be very easy to fight. What's missing here is the time mechanic. When you go to the Ifrit's cave, you're on a timer, and that's just not represented here at all. So I'm going to call this a flavor fail. Suplex, 1 in a red, you get a sorcery. Choose 1, deal 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or exile target artifact. The exile or target artifact is the flavor win here. The flavor win here for exile target artifact, and the art itself, which is genius, by the way, is that you can suplex Ghost Train in Final Fantasy VI. So yeah, I love this. This is a massive, massive flavor win, and another sign that somebody really loves Final Fantasy over there in the Wizard Studio. You can also use this on other creatures to kill them, so I do like that. And when you kill somebody in Final Fantasy, they do not come back, so the exile text makes a lot of sense here too. So this is a big flavor win in my book. Thunder Magic, 1 red, tiered. Thunder, 0. It deals 2 damage each to target creature. Thundara is going to make it a 3 and a red. Deals 4 damage to target creature, and then with 6 or 5 and double red, you can deal 8 damage to target creature. I'm going to call this a flavor win as well. It does exactly what Thunder Magic does, and it gets more powerful as time goes on. So the big flavor win, and they put lightning as the person on the card doing it, which is kind of a funny pun, so I like that. Warrior's Sword, this is going to be another Final Fantasy 1 card, job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior in addition to their other types. This is very solid. He becomes a 4/3. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like this as a decent flavor win. The job select, once again, for Final Fantasy 1 is not perfect, but it's okay. And that's all the red cards. So we're getting close to the end here, and we're going to be talking about green here. And our first green mythic here is going to be Ancient Adamantoise from Final Fantasy 15. This is a crazy flavorful card, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. So 5 green, you get an 8/20. Vigilance Ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. This is the most flavorful part of this card, because when you fought this boss in Final Fantasy 15, you could leave and come back and keep fighting it later. It takes a long time to kill this guy in that game. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control are dealt to this creature instead. It's a freaking mountain, so yeah, that makes sense. You are not getting around it very quickly, so yeah, you're going to deal damage to it first. When this creature dies, exile it and create 10 tapped treasure tokens. Yeah, when you complete the hunt, you get a lot of money. Yes, this is a super big flavor win. Absolutely. It is actually, I would call this the biggest flavor win for boss style, like hunt style, boss style, super boss style enemies from the series that are like side bosses, you know. Traveling Chocobo, 2 and a green for a 3/2. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. If a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes the triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. This card's sick. Is it flavorful? For Final Fantasy VII? Maybe actually, because you do a lot of Chocobo breeding in Final Fantasy VII. If there were no Chocobo breeding card, I would say, well, they're representing that here. And maybe they are. I don't know. However, there is a Chocobo breeding card, so I'm not going to say that they're doing that twice. You do get to see more land when you have more Chocobos, so maybe that's what it is. You get to explore the land faster. Okay, I can buy that. I would say that these abilities make sense for Chocobos to have, so I'm going to call this a flavor win, even though it's more of a flavor win in the generalistic term, where I think this is a flavor win for the whole series and Chocobos in general. A Realm Reborn is going to be our next card for 4 green. Other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Well, you know what? When they fixed Final Fantasy XIV, plenty of more people subbed, and they all started paying more and more money. Well, would you look at that? They even figured out how to gamify the fact that a lot of people started paying more subscriptions. This is a big flavor win. Bartz and Boko. 3 green for affinity for birds. Okay, all right, I'll buy it. 4/3, when Bartz and Boko enter, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. I don't remember a scene like that from Final Fantasy V, but there could have been. So, you know, if this type of thing happened in Final Fantasy V, I'd call this a major flavor win. Otherwise, it's kind of just a cool card that is a little flavor ambiguous. Esper Origins, 1 and a green, Surveil 2, you gain 2. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, exile it and put it into the battlefield transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter on it. So obviously this is talking about Terra's origins. She has to dig deep into herself and then comes to more of a realization about herself. And once it happens in the later part of the game, she finds her father, Maduin. Okay, so I just was circling these as I went across to show you the story progression of this. And why this is a big flavor win for the front half. Now, Maduin himself I do like this first one because he will help you get other espers, which is what he does. The green, I'm not really buying. Maybe it's, I don't really remember what you get for equipping Maduin, like how he affects your stats, and if he increases your MP, then I buy this entirely. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample. This, once again, I think it depends on what abilities you get from Maduin. If you get more white magic abilities, I do buy this, but I don't remember what specific spells you can learn through equipping Maduin to your characters. So yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. In fact, with the Magicite in Final Fantasy VI, to make them even more flavorful, you would need to make them equipable espers. But, you know, this is fine for what it is. And so I'm going to call this whole card a massive flavor win, as is. Jumbo Cactuar is a massive flavor win as well. 5 green for a 1/7 that when it attacks, it gets plus 9,999 until end of turn, because it deals 10,000 damage to your character in increments of 1. The only thing that would have made this more flavorful is if it pinged you 10,000 times in a row. The reason why they don't do that is because, one, that is a stack nightmare that would crash Magic Arena immediately, and 2, that would be really annoying to deal with as a player because you're not stopping that. And in Magic, you need that back and forth. As it stands, this is a perfectly fine way of representing it because functionally that is what happens as it would show up in a game like Magic. So this is a big, massive flavor win. Saw's Catsroy, 3 green. When he enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. I think this actually works because he would either be searching for his chocobo in his hair or his son, searching the land for his son because he's trying to find him. Whenever Saw's Catsroy attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. He is a very supporting member of Final Fantasy 13. He's actually my favorite Final Fantasy 13 character, so I'm very happy to see him here. I think he's a very, very cool and fun character. So that second ability, I think that just means that he is a emotionally supportive person, and he is one of the more emotionally healthy and mature characters in Final Fantasy 13 by and large. And it makes sense because he's a dad. So the dad taking care of your other creatures, I'm going to buy this. I think this is a very well-designed card. I also like this. He's a pilot. He's sitting in Brynhildr right now. This is a cool card. I like this. And yeah, this is going to be a big flavor win for me. This is Final Fantasy 15 Summon Titan, which is a big part of that game. And so 3 green is going to give you a 7/7 reach trample. So far, so good. You're going to mill 5 cards. I also like this because you're tilling up the land. So I like that. You're going to return all cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So he picks up the land and he smashes the land down. He picks it up. He smashes it down. Very cool way that they represented that here with these first 2 parts. And then until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +X, where X is the number of lands you control. This is the only flavor fail here because this is not something Titan does. He will appear in Final Fantasy 15 and deal massive damage as you progress through the game. So maybe that's what that's representing. But yeah, in a vacuum, I'm not buying this as a flavor win here. But everything else in the card is great. Summoner's Grimoire, 3 and a green, another Final Fantasy 14 card with job select. Equipped is a shaman in addition to other types and has whenever this creature attacks. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that creature card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. So obviously, you are summoning in the magic sense where you can put creatures into play, and if you summon an actual summon, it enters attacking. Okay, the summoner mechanic in this Final Fantasy set is something I'm going to talk more about in the multicolored section. The summoner mechanic, as established in this set through Rydia and Garnet, is not represented here. I buy this. This is fun. This is fine. This is flavorful, but it is not matching the mechanic as they set up in other cards. But I do like this card. I think this is very flavorful. The Earth Crystal, 2 green, spells cost 1 less, and if 1 or more +1/+1 counters, I'm not reading these. This is either flavorful or not based on what you get from Final Fantasy 3, but once again, I suspect that these are not super flavorful and that they are more functional. Tifa Lockhart, 1 and a green for a 1/2 trample landfall. When a land you control enters, double Tifa Lockhart's power until end of turn. So the first thing this reminded me was that 2 red devil from Streets of Capena, which I killed people at 64 power quite consistently in the draft format for that set. I really enjoyed that card. I always first picked him every time I saw him because I knew I was going to win. Tifa Lockhart, I don't think is going to be the same exact thing in Final Fantasy Draft. However, just like I said with Zell, this is setting up your monk combos, right? You deal a lot of damage as you start comboing off. If you don't combo off, you deal less damage. This is a flavor win. Massive flavor win for Tifa. Big fan of this card. Cactuar, green, 3/3, trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't end the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. They like to run away. So yeah, this is a big flavor win for me. The only thing that's not is that there's no 1,000 needles on here. That's a big flavor no-no. So they probably should have had that, but if they had that, they couldn't have trample. Chocobo Racetrack, 3 green for an artifact with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get a 2/2 bird creature token with the Chocobo landfall trigger. Genius, because to win the Chocobo Racetrack minigame in Final Fantasy VII, you've got to breed Chocobos. So yeah, you're going to get a lot of Chocobos while doing this. So this is a very, very good bit of design. Clash of the Icons, green. Choose one or more. Target creature you control fights another target creature an opponent controls, which is in reference to the way icons fight each other in Final Fantasy XVI. Remove a lore counter from target saga you control, maintaining your iconic state, maintaining your priming. Very good. Put a lore counter on target saga you control, either ending your priming, possibly ending your priming. These are all great. This is all really, really well done and a super flavorful representation of the way icons work in Final Fantasy XVI specifically. And this is also a great climactic scene from Final Fantasy XVI as well. Colosseum Behemoth is... Make sure I was showing that, because I always am not sure if I've covered up it with my face or not. Colosseum Behemoth is a 5-drop, 7-drop, 5 green, 7/7, trample. When it enters, choose one, destroy target artifact or enchantment, or draw a card. Okay, the draw card doesn't make sense to me for behemoths, but the fact that they destroy an artifact or enchantment does. The only thing that needed to be on here is destroy a creature too, because behemoths can really, really mess you up. Now, this is very specifically this behemoth from, I believe, Final Fantasy III is what that says down there, but it's hard for me to read from my angle. So maybe this is a little bit of an easier one, but behemoths are usually a late game enemy, and they usually can mess you up if you're not prepared. So I would have liked this to be a little bit more overclocked, maybe more like the Death Claws in the Final Fantasy, or maybe more like the Death Claws in the Fallout Commander products. So maybe green-black is what this should have been. But as a mono green card, this is quite good, or well designed. Diamond Weapon is going to be a boss from Final Fantasy VII. This is not a super boss. This is actually just a boss. You have to fight him. And so he's going to be 7 green for an 8/8 that costs 1 less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. So he is more likely to come out after the land has been destroyed, which makes sense for the themes of Final Fantasy VII and how Diamond Weapon actually works with Meteor coming. Reach and Immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. So he's very hard to kill, but he can be killed by a gigantic, massive weapon like the cannon in Midgar. So when you fight him, you don't really actually kill him. It's the big cannon in Midgar that actually kills him. So he would have been a super boss canonically if you had to fight him without that weapon. But yeah, as a this is a fine representation of Diamond Weapon. I would have preferred Ruby or Emerald Weapon as the super boss representations, but this is a great boss and one of my favorite cinematic bosses from Final Fantasy VII. So this is pretty good. I like it. Galoof's Final Act, 1 green. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to his power up to 1 target creature. So Galoof sacrifices himself in an attempt to kill X-Death, but as we talked about with Evil Reawakened, he fails and X-Death gets stronger, and he cannot be revived with Raise or Phoenix Down by the party members. So the end result of this is that they are left with more resolve, and that resolve is shown up through these +1/+1 counters. So I like that. Galoof's Final Act is a flavor win in my mind. Kina Ku Gourmet, 2 green, 2/3. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, Those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. That includes clue tokens, treasure tokens, and food tokens. It's tokens. Under your control, you get a green frog. And then you can pay 2, sack a frog, and put a +1/+1 counter on Kina. This is a very, very cool, flavorful card. You should have access to a lot of frogs with Kina, and I like the way how it produces it. Makes a lot of sense that they're naturally going to happen as you progress through the game, just like in Final Fantasy IX. And then, once you eat frogs, you're going to make Kina stronger, which makes a lot of sense to me too, given the way the character canonically is in Final Fantasy IX. So this is a big flavor win here. Reach the horizon, 3 green to search up 2 basic land cards or town cards with different names and put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So yeah, after you leave the city of Mako, you get to explore the world a little bit more freely. So this is a big flavor win in my mind. Ride the Shoe Puff is going to be 1 and a green for a landfall trigger that gives you a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I don't really get this for the Shoe Puff part of writing this. I mean, you do get stronger as you progress through the game, so maybe that's what it's implying. But as for the Shoe Puff section of Final Fantasy X, you're not just getting stronger for riding Shoe Puffs around, so that's a bit of a flavor nombo combo in my mind. And then 5 green, this enchantment is going to become a 7/7 beast creature token in addition to its other types. You never actually see the Shoe Puffs fight things, so this is a little bit of a flavor fail for Final Fantasy X specifically in my mind as well, even though I do really, really like this card, and I am very happy that the High Pillows and Shoe Puff show up in this set at least once. Rydia's Return, 3 green, choose 1, creatures you control get +3/+3 until end return, return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so when Rydia shows up in Final Fantasy IV, she saves your bacon. And I like how this card represents that. She also happens on your turn. So I like the way that this is a sorcery speed. I like the way that she can help you bring your characters back up because she has white magic. This is awesome. Big flavor win here for Rydia's Return. Awesomely done. Saz's Chocobo is green 0/1 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it gets +1/+1 counter on this creature. This makes no sense for Saz's Chocobo. Why he gets some big epic Chocobo ability makes... Oh, sorry, she, because if you didn't know, she turns into the Choco Mart woman in Final Fantasy 13-2, unless I'm mistaken. I think that's how that works. But anyway, yeah, this ability, I'm not really buying it for Saz's Chocobo, so this is gonna be a flavor fail in my opinion for them trying to represent just 13 itself. Side quest Raise a Chocobo, 1 and a green is going to give you one of those chocobos with that chocobo landfall trigger, and then at the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, you're going to transform it. So this is the side quest in Final Fantasy VII I mentioned a couple times, where you are breeding chocobos to get the chocobo you need to win the chocobo race. So that's the black chocobo. You need the black chocobo. You really want the gold chocobo, but you need the black chocobo. The black chocobo is what you need, if I'm remembering correctly, to get Knights of the Round. So yeah, you search for a land card. Hey, you know what that land card will be? That would be the Island Knights of the Round does on. That's what you're going for. That's really the reason you're doing the chocobo racing, to be honest, in general. And then he has the chocobo ability. So yeah, this is a big flavor win for Final Fantasy VII here. Big flavor win. Summon Fenrir is going to be 2 and a green. This is Final Fantasy 11, so 3/2. It's got a bunch of abilities. I'm not going to read them all because I haven't played 11, so I really don't know if this is a flavorful thing or not. It's got a lot of stuff on it, though, so maybe it is. Tifa's Limit Break. For 1 green mana, you are going to have a tiered. So Somersault. If you just pay 1 green mana, you're going to get +2/+2. That's actually behind rate because Giant Growth is more, but this has higher upside. Meteor Strike is going to double your power toughness until end return. Well, we love that. You know, this is actually what Tifa just does. She doubles her power for her landfall trigger. Let me double check, actually, if it's just power. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep, power. So yeah, you're going to kill somebody comboing her with her limit break in this way. And then finally, Final Heaven is going to triple the power toughness until end of turn. So yeah, these are really strong limit breaks just like in the game. And yeah, Final Haven's gonna actually send somebody to heaven. So yeah, or hell, whatever the case may be. But this is a very, very good and well-designed card. Big flavor win. Vanille, Cheerful Lassie, 3 green, 3/2. You'll notice that Fang is a 3-drop, Vanille is a 4-drop. So you're going to play Fang into Vanille in your green-black deck. And then we'll talk about what you do on turn 5 here in a little bit. So when she enters, you can mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hands. So that's actually going to trigger Fang as well, allowing you to draw a card and lose a life. They work really well together. Big flavor win so far. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang Fearless Lassie, you may pay 3 green-black. So this is turn 5. So you played Fang turn 3, Vanille turn 4. You're going to activate this turn 5. They flow into each other, so it's very, very good flavor win in my opinion already. And if you do, exile them and meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. So if you're not a Magic player or you didn't play during Eldritch Moon, you see how the card ends right here? There's a little end card right there. Well, that's because there's 2 halves of card. One half is going to be here, one half is going to be here. Okay? So they flip and combine and do this Ragnarok Divine Deliverance, which is a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. And when it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This makes a lot of sense, okay? So, let's talk through this. Ragnarok is very powerful, which is what all those keywords are for. Okay, good. So far, so good. When Ragnarok completes its task, it turns into a crystal. When it turns into a crystal, when it destroys Cocoon. It destroys Cocoon, sorry. It destroys Cocoon. However, when it destroys Cocoon, it also creates a giant crystal framework to hold Cocoon into the sky so the people don't die. So it does all of that. And so yeah, these are massively flavorful. Fang, Vanille, and Ragnarok all together are very, very flavorful. Good representation of Final Fantasy 13 right there. Airship Crash, this is FF9. 2 and a green, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, and cycling 2. Cycling doesn't make sense for the particular scene that they're talking about here, and enchantment and creature with flying also doesn't make sense within the context of the scene that they're talking about here. Destroy target artifact is the only thing that makes sense. However, to be more specific, it would have to be destroy target vehicle. Well, that would be a terrible card. So this is a much better card than that, but far less flavorful. So yeah, this is going to be not quite a flavor win, but definitely a fun card. A good card design. Balaam T-Rexor, 4 green, 6/6, trample. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life. That makes no sense. Forest Cycling 2. Okay, so you do have to go to the forest within Balaam Garden, but I don't know if that's really going to count because Balaam Garden is also a land in this set. So I feel like this is actually a flavor fail as a result. It has trample because it will mess you up, but yeah, so this I'm not really buying as a big flavor win. However, I would have been very unhappy if the Balaam TXR did not show up in here. Bard's Bow, 2 and a green. Job select, it gets +2/+2 reach, and as a bard into its other types. Okay, well, you know, it doesn't do any buffing things, so I'm actually going to call this a flavor fail because I did play bard in Final Fantasy 14, and the fact that this doesn't buff anything is going to be a flavor fail, like buff other things. That being said, this is a very perfectly designed card. Blitzball Shot, 1 and a green, target creature gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. Trample makes no sense because if somebody catches your Blitzball Shot in Blitzball in Final Fantasy X, it stops it. However, this would be an unplayable card without it. So I'm going to say that this is a good card with bad flavor, personally. Chocobo Kick, 1 and a green. With Kicker, return target land you control to its owner's hand. This is a good flavor win because of how it helps trigger Chocobos. So since it's a Chocobo Kick, the things in it should work with the Chocobos. The picking up the land works with the Chocobos. Flavor win, in my opinion. Target creature control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. Okay, flavor win so far. If it was kicked, it deals twice that much damage, so it gets a critical hit. Okay, this is going to check every single box. This is a big flavor win. Commune with Beavers, green. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This is a flavor win for Guy in Final Fantasy II because you can't ask the beavers for help, and they do tell you where something is. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. Gigantoad, 3 and a green for a 4/4. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +2/+2. For Final Fantasy 15, I'm not really buying this land thing as buffing it. So yeah, I'm not really getting this as a flavor win for this particular card. Gubu, Gardener, 1 and a green, produces a green mana. Okay. Yeah, I like these Gubus. I'm not really, I kind of could buy them producing green mana, so I'll buy this as what it is, but it is a little bit weak for what the Gubus are. So, you know, Final Fantasy 11 Gubus might be different than 14 though, so maybe I'm wrong. Grand Pulse Ochu, green for a 1/1 Death Touch. Okay, we like that so far. And then you can pay 8 mana for all 8 of its kids. And until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent card in your graveyard. Yeah, because if you kill its kids, it gets a little bit more annoying. I'm not really sure about this one. It's common, so a lot of it was hampered by the fact that it's common. I'm going to say this is flavorful enough. Jasal Greens is going to be 1 and a green. This is for Final Fantasy 11, but really this is going to be for the whole franchise. Yeah, if you use Jasal Greens, you're going to get a Chocobo, and then you can do it again later. So yeah, this is good. Good flavor here. Loporit Scout. This is Final Fantasy 14 again. 2 and a green for a 3/2. No idea. Precious Wanderings, 2 and a green. Search your library for a basic land card or town card and put it on the battlefield and shuffle. If you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control. Also, no idea. It is instant though, which is actually pretty unique for this style of effect. This style of effect is typically not instant. That has nothing to do with flavor, but I literally didn't notice that until right now. Summon Fat Chocobo is 4 and a green for a 4/4. Work. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with the bird ability. Okay, we like that, although this is supposed to be a fat Chocobo. I guess he is twice as big as the other Chocobo, so I'll do it, but he should also... Well, he also doesn't move, so never mind. He shouldn't have that trigger. Okay, I'm actually sold on this so far right now. And this is the 7/1, so creatures you control get trampled until end of turn. That is just not the way material works in Final Fantasy VII. By the way, every time I say this, is not a complaint, it's just a statement. Because I do think this is a very solidly designed summon. I do like the design of the summon, but this part is a flavor fail. This is also a flavor fail in my opinion. So yeah, this is going to be a flavor fail for my judgment at least. Town Greeter, 1 and a green for a 1/1. When it enters, mill 4 and put a land from among them under your hand. If you put a town card in your hand, gain 2. Final Fantasy 1. I don't know, dude. If you're talking to the Town Greeter, aren't you already in the town? Are you really going to search up another town? It does tell you the town name. Is that what this is implying? I'm going to say this is not a flavor win. Torgal, a Fine Hound, 1 and a green for a 2/2. When you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter for each dog or wolf you control. So he makes Clive better, or bigger. Okay, we like that. He does not give devotion to Clive. Okay, we don't like that. He adds 1 mana of any color so he can help you cast Clive. We do like that. I'm 50-50 on this one. I'm going to err on the side of this being a pretty good flavor representation for this. We got other arts down here. Would you look at that? We're not going to look at those arts though. Alrighty. The next thing we're going to be looking at here are the colorless cards. So our first one here is Aether and Prewin. No idea, guys. I have never gotten this in Final Fantasy 14, so we're starting out pretty bad here. I have no idea. It's another Final Fantasy 14 mythic. It does a lot of cool stuff. Maybe it's really good. Maybe it's accurate. I have no idea. Buster Sword, though, is going to be 3 for equipped creature getting +3/+2. Okay, well, this is already kind of off because it really should be a weak power toughness increase is the starting sword. When an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a card from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage without paying the mana cost. This is a flavor fail, dude. I like the Buster Sword. I like the design of this card. This card is going in cool card or in a crossover cube for sure, and I will love playing this card if I get it in pre-release and if I draft it ever. But this is a massive flavor fail. Buster Sword is not this cool, okay? It's a cool card. It's iconic. I like it. I'm happy it's here. I even understand it being mythic, but it is far, far, far from being this cool. Summon Bahamut is going to be our next mythic here. For 9 colorless mana, you get a 9/9 flyer. Good so far. Good for Bahamut. He is the most powerful summon canonically, typically. I mean, obviously, there are some that are above him sometimes, but by and large, he is. Within the context of Final Fantasy X, he is canonically the most powerful. He does show up and impact the events of the story more. He is the little kid in Final Fantasy X that shows up from time to time to talk. So he is a very powerful Aeon. The only Aeons that would be stronger than him are Sin, the final Aeon, and you could argue, I guess, Xanarkand itself. So first 2, he's going to destroy target non-land permanent. Okay, yeah, he will kill things, so that's good. The drawing 2 cards, I don't really get this for him. It could just be that in the late game, or actually I do get this. Because this is the Final Fantasy X Bahamut. So this actually makes a lot of sense because he does drop the knowledge on Tidus that he is a part of the summoning of Xanarkand that the Xanarkand summoners are doing so that they could hide away from Bavel. So never mind. This actually makes perfect sense. This is a big flavor win so far. So we got 3 big flavor wins in a row so far. Mega Flare, big flavor win. It's going to deal massive damage. It's going to kill everybody probably. It should probably count Bahamut's CMC as well. But I'll accept that as a minor quibble. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. This is one of my favorite cards of the set. This is my favorite version of Bahamut. I love this version with this cool crossed arms thing. Yeah, I love this guy. He's cool. I even love the way his faith looks in Final Fantasy X. All right, Excalibur 2 is going to be 1 mana, and when you gain life, you put charge counters on Excalibur 2, and equipped creature gets ++1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2 and equip 3. This is a flavor fail in my opinion. It has nothing about time or needing to get things quickly. I suppose the low mana cost maybe implies that, and that it gets stronger over time, though. Yeah, this is going to be a flavor fail. Great equipment. I love that it's here. Excalibur 2 needed to be in this set. Final Fantasy 9 needed a cool card like this in the set. But yeah, this is a flavor fail in my opinion. Genji Glove is going to be 5 colorless. This is the Final Fantasy 5. Double strike, and when the equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap it, and if there's an additional one after this turn. I don't remember if Genji Gloves give you like two-handed or double strike or any of this stuff in Final Fantasy V. They are super powerful, and maybe that's what's being implied here, but I'm going to call this a flavor fail. The Masamune is going to be 3 colorless for as long as equipped creature is attacking and has first strike and must be blocked if able. Okay, we're good so far. Equipped creature has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Once again, this is going to be a massive flavor win because this is Aerith being killed here, and Sephiroth triggering twice as a result. So this is a big flavor win. I do like this quite a bit. The Regalia 4 for a 4/4 haste vehicle. When it attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you get a land card. Put that card on the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order, and crew 1. So as you drive, you uncover new towns and new areas. And yeah, this is really cool. Very good. It gets that cruising vibe across. Yeah, this is good. The only thing is haste, because when you start out the game, you're actually pushing it, and it's not very fast. But yeah, no, never mind. This is really good. That was a little bit of a jokey there. Ultima Origin of Oblivion. He is the thing that ruined Final Fantasy 16. For 5 colorless mana, you get a 4/4 flying, and when he attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has tap add for colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. So he is very flavorfully done. This is a very big flavor win for this card, even if I hate him. He's a big flavor win, though, because he is turning lands into these blighted areas, and he is going to use that to ascend into more power. But yeah, big flavor win. Big stupid guy, though. I do not like him. He did ruin that game. Genuinely ruin that game. Elixir is going to be 1 colorless, and it's going to enter the battlefield tapped, because you never use an elixir when you first get it. You save it for later. Yes, we all save elixirs for the final boss, guys. So yeah, no, this is already pretty flavorful as is. 5, tap, exile this artifact, shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into the library. Okay, so you're getting your MP back that way, and then you're going to gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. Well, it should just return you to 20 life, but that would be kind of broken. I understand that. So yeah, this is a good flavor win in my opinion. The only thing that would have made it better is if it really put you to full life. So full 20, and very specifically return just instants, sorceries, and creatures to your deck, and leaving all lands behind. But yeah, this is a big flavor win in my opinion. Lionheart is going to be 4 colorless. When this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Okay, that's probably when you pull the trigger on the gunblade right there, so that's pretty cool. I like that. +2/+1. This weapon is later game and more important than Buster Sword. It is so much weaker. Well, it has 2 equip. I think this is going to be a bit of a flavor 50-50 on me for this one. It does have the pull trigger thing when it enters, but it should be when it attacks, not when it enters. So yeah, this is going to be a flavor fail, actually, the more I look at it. Poo Poo UFO is going to be 2 colorless for a 0/4 flying. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Until end of turn, this creature's base power toughness is equal to the number of towns you control. I really don't don't understand these 2 things, because I'll be honest with you, I have not done the Poo Poo side quest for a long time. So I really actually don't know if this is super flavorful or not. I cannot think of it off the top of my head. All this has been off the top of my head, and I cannot think of it for this guy. Relentless X ATM 092 is going to be 6 colorless for a 6/5. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. Okay, I like that because the whole party has to deal with it. So if it hits the party, the whole party gets dragged into the fight, and nobody's able to get out, and you all have to fight it together. So I like that. 8 colorless mana, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. The first time that you beat it, it's not dead. You have to beat it twice for it to be gone forever. So that is actually super, super flavorful and a great representation of this. If you didn't know, you can beat the X ATM 092. You don't have to let Keistis do it, although it will show up when Keistis shoots it anyway. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. Big flavor win. Ring of Lucy is going to be 4 colorless to tap for 2 colorless, and then you can pay 1 life to tap target non-land permanent. This is going to be a flavor fail, I believe, because I think this is the ring that lets you cast the most broken stuff in the game. So it does produce mana, that's a flavor win, but it should also give you access to Holy and other things for it to be a massive flavor win. That being said, this is fine, like fine card design, but it is a bit of a flavor fail. Adventurer's Airship, this is FF1's airship for 3 mana for a 3/2. When it attacks, draw a card, then discard a card, so you gain something and lose something. I'm going to say this is a bit of a flavor fail. It seems like it should just draw a card because you should just get more knowledge. You shouldn't lose something in the trade, but, you know, solid design. Blitzball is going to be 3 mana for something that adds 1 mana of any color, which doesn't make any sense for a Blitzball. And then Goal! Tap, sack this artifact, draw 2 cards, activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. So I actually do like this, because both Tidus and Waka deal damage, and you get more bonuses from dealing damage. So you will also, you know, if you score in Blitzball, you're gonna get better rewards. So yeah, I do like this bottom half of the card. The mana rock nature of this, I'm not really sold on, because it should be an equipment, but yeah, this is gonna be a 50-50 for me. Instant Ramen is gonna be 2 colorless, flash. When this artifact enters, draw a card, and then 2 taps, sacrifice this artifact, you gain 3 life. You see, the product placement in Final Fantasy 15 profited Square Enix to do that, so they got to draw the card, and now they're passing that savings on to you finally, and then you sack the artifact to gain the 3 health because it's a food. Okay, this is a flavor win. Iron Giant, 7 colorless, 6/6, Vigilance, Reach, Trample. Okay, you know, this is the FF15 Iron Giant, so he's just a big guy. So yeah, that works. If this was the FF3 Iron Giant, we'd from the 3D remake, we'd be saying that this is a flavor fail, but this is the FF15 one, so this is a flavor win in my opinion. Lunatic Pandora, 1 colorless, you can pay 2 to surveil, and then you can sack it to destroy a target non-land permanent. I am gonna call this a flavor win, I think. Magic Pot, 3 colorless for a 1/4. When it dies, create a treasure token, exile target card from a graveyard. So he's going to take your items, if you want him to, and then he dies, he's going to give you money. Okay, sure. Yep, this is a flavor win in my opinion. This is specifically FF5. I'm going to say it's flavor win. Monk's Fist is going to be 2 colorless, job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a monk in addition to other types. This is the FF1 monk. This is a massive flavor failure because this thing should have double or triple strike. The monks are ridiculous in FF1. So yeah, this is going to be a big, massive flavor failure here. World map is going to be 1 colorless, and then you can sack this artifact to search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. So you can look at the map, figure out where the icons are, and go there, or you can sack this artifact, search your library for a land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. Oh, basic land card, so you can look for a grassy field and go there, or you can go to a specific city. So yeah, I would say this is a flavor win. It's the map part, not the landing part. So yeah, I would call that a flavor win personally. So those are the colorless cards, and let's go ahead and talk about multicolored next. Our first card here is going to be Absolute Virtue, an absolute unit, 6 white-blue for an 8/8, and it can't be countered, flying, and you have protection from each of your opponents. Okay, yeah, he's going to mess you up. The flavor fail here is that Absolute Virtue himself is actually very easy to kill. Destroy target creature is going to do it. He needed hexproof or something like that. Yeah, but he will kill people. Honestly, you very well could die to Absolute Virtue, which makes sense because he killed people IRL. I do think this is a little bit undercooked and undertuned for what Absolute Virtue is. So I'm going to call this a flavor fail when all things are considered. He should be way more overtuned than this. However, I also wouldn't want a magic card that was more overtuned than this. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword situation. Emit Selch, Unsundered, 1 blue-black for a 2/4 vigilance. When he enters or attacks, draw a card, lose a life at the beginning of your upkeep. If there are 14 more cards in your graveyard, Final Fantasy 14, you may transform Emit Selch. Hades, Sorcerer of Eld, and he has Vigilance, 6/6. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. I read all that for no reason because I have no idea if this is flavorful or not. I did not get that far in Final Fantasy 14. Kefka, Court Mage, 2 blue, black, red for a 4/5. He really should be more wimpy than that, actually. Kefka is not, in his base form, is not strong. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Okay, we like this so far. Because when he's doing stuff, everybody else is having a bad time. So I like this. This is good so far. Then you draw a card for each card type among those discarded this way. I like this. It's annoying. It fits Kefka. I like it. I can't think of what from the game specifically they're talking about here, but I do like this. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. Activate only as a sorcery. I like this as well. I think the implication is, obviously, this is his ascension, and I do believe it is the Emperor being sacrificed here. Kefka, Ruler of Ruin, 5/7 flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah, that's good. This is good design, in my opinion. The only thing about this is I would have preferred if the back end was a saga that went from Inferno to Purgatorio to Paradiso, because the way this boss fight works is it's really themed around Dante's Inferno, and I would have liked if you went through the phases like that, and if the final phase was you win the game. I would have much preferred that, I think, for the flavor side of things, but in terms of raw card design, this is really, really good, and I really can't say this isn't a flavor win, so we're going to call it a flavor win too. Lightning, Army of 1, 1 red, white. Red and white come together to make pink. Okay, well, we're getting somewhere with the flavor. 3/2, strawberry flavor in this case. 3/2, first strike, trample, lifelink. All right, yep, she's pretty powerful within the context of her game, so good. Stagger, oh my god, we're going to get the stagger mechanic. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. Yeah, this is sick. This is very, very good. This is a massive flavor win on every single angle. I have never, like, the color comp is not something I've talked about for every single card, but even the color comp here and the way that they come together to make pink is flavorful. So yeah, this is good. Terra Magical Adept, 1 red green for a 4/2. When she enters, mill 5 cards, put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. So yeah, you get to search for a Magicite or a Saga, you know, a summon, and take it to your hand. So we like that because that's what she is. She is an Esper human. So we do like this so far. Trance. So when she enters trance, you're going to exile her and return her to the battlefield in her tranced state. So for her first 3, she's going to copy target non-legendary enchantment you control and gains haste. And then if it's a saga that you made, you can basically set what chapter you want it to be on up to 3, and then you're going to sack it at your end step. So this is very, very powerful. Very, very, I would say flavorful as well for Esperterra. And then 4, you're going to add 2 of every color, and then you're going to return her here. I'm going to say that she's probably flavorful, all things considered. The only part of this card I don't understand is this bottom one here, but I do believe that it maybe references the fact that she is like a combination of everything that Espers can do, and so maybe that's what that represents, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to call her a big flavor win, though. Vivi Ornitier, never said his last name aloud either. 1 blue-red, 0, add X mana in combination of blue or red, and X is his power. Activate only once during your turn, and only once each turn. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1 counter on Vivi, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay, so as you learn more spells, your Vivi's getting stronger. The mana production is the thing I don't really understand, although when he's entranced, he can double cast. So maybe that's what that's a reference to. So I really do like Vivi's card design, but I'll be honest with you, minus the second text, I'm not sure this is a flavor win. I cannot think of what in the game implies that he's going to generate a lot of mana, and only once, of all things. Maybe that's a reference to Osmos, maybe it's a reference to something else. I mean, obviously I'm thinking about this too hard, because it's just a powerful ability, and we all love Vivi, and we all wanted him to be strong. So I'm obviously thinking a little bit too hard about this, but I really did want to see if there was something they thought of that I didn't, and they must have thought of something, because I'm just not seeing where this particular text comes from in the game. So as a flavor analysis, I'm going to call this a 50-50. As a card, this is an S+ card. It's very well designed. Yuna, Hope of Spira, is going to be 3 green, white. This is where I want to talk about color comps. I think Yuna, if you reduce her to her themes, is really blue-white, and that Tidus is red-blue, and that FFX would be red, blue, white as its color identity. They didn't go that way. They went Bant, and they made Yuna green, white, and Tidus, as we'll see later, green or blue, white, which I do not think necessarily matches their personality and the themes of the story. FF10 is one of my favorites in the series, so I'm obviously a little bit more knowledgeable and a little bit more particular about that particular game. So let's just look at this. Green White has a lot, within Magic, has a lot of enchantment synergies, just like Blue White does. Okay. She's a summoner. Summons are enchantments. Makes sense. Makes sense from the color pie idea for mechanics in Magic. Now, in terms of what do the themes in Final Fantasy, if they're distilled into colors, mean, or themes of Final Fantasy X mean within the color pie of Magic, well, then I disagree. But within the raw mechanics of the game design, green, white makes a lot of sense. Well, Yuna's my favorite character, which is why we're spending so much time talking about this and hemming and hawing over something that honestly is not that big of a deal. 3 green, white for a 3/5 during your turn, because it's a turn-based game. Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. So they basically just get a little bit better on your turn. So to make it feel more turn-based, I think. I like that. That's already massive flavor. I really, really do enjoy that. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Okay, so this is the weird thing. So she is going to extend the time frame that summons are in play, making them feel more like Aeons. The way Aeons work in Final Fantasy X, especially before they're upgraded, is that they are very slow. Things kill them very quickly, and you really only get like 1 or 2 attacks out of them. Maybe their overdrive is in there as well. You know, overdrive usage. And that's it. That's what you get out of them. Okay, so with that context in mind, I'm going to call her a massive flavor win. Because I think then when you say use a 3-chapter enchantment. Turn it comes down, it does nothing. That's the flavor fail, because you do get to use it the turn you play it. Turn 2, it does something, it attacks. Turn 3, it's going to die, so it's not going to attack. So it's going to go through turn 3 and 4 without attacking, because she's going to resurrect it. That's turn 4 for chapter 1, 2. Then it's going to attack again, and then it's going to phase out again. So basically you get 2 attacks in 6 turns, right? 2 attacks in 6 turns feels about right for unupgraded Aeons from Final Fantasy X. I'm going to call this a flavor win, even though they really should just stay. They should just stay. She should just make them stay. But, you know, if she's not going to be able to do that, she's not going to be able to move lore counters off, that's fine. This is a perfectly fine replacement that also kind of fits the amount of turns Aeons are getting within the general flow state of Final Fantasy X anyway. Balthier and Fran are going to be 1 red-green for a 4/3 reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. They're good pilots, so I buy this. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 red-green. If you do after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. So I'm going to call this a flavor win, just because I don't really even know how I would design these differently. They're pirates, they're good pirates, and if they're attacking, it's theoretically viable that they would be able to attack more efficiently than people who are also piloting. So I'll take it. I think the only thing that they needed is probably the pilot ability, where they get to crew a little bit better than other things, but they're also a 4/3, so they're probably crewing just fine. The reach from Fran's bow and his gun also is a good touch, so I'm going to call that a flavor win. Choco, Seeker of Paradise, 1 green, white, blue for a 3/5 whenever 1 or more birds you control attacks. So let's think about this in a vacuum. So whenever Choco attacks is how we're going to think about this. Look at that many cards from the top of your library, so 3 in this case. You may put 1 of them into your hand, and then any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. So as you play Chocobo Hot and Cold in Final Fantasy IX, you can level up Choco to make him a little bit better. He'll be able to travel the land better, putting the lands into play, and he'll be able to find you treasure, which is the thing that goes to your hand. He also has landfall, so as he's stronger, he's going to be able to do his Chocobo Hot and Cold better. This is a massive flavor win. I really like this card. The big flavor win for Choco here. Golbez, Crystal Collector, green. Blue-black for a 1/4 whenever an artifact you control enters Surveil 1, he's collecting crystals. Okay, we like that so far. Once he gets a crystal, he's going to gain some knowledge. Okay, we like this. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts for the 4 crystals, the 4 elemental crystals, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then, if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to the card's power. Now, I don't remember where these 4 other artifacts in Final Fantasy IV are. What are they? They probably exist. I'm probably just forgetting something. So I'm going to call this a flavor win. Hope S-Time, white-blue for a 2/2 lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the number of life you gain this turn. I'm going to call this a flavor fail. The lifelink I can probably buy, but this mill thing I'm not really seeing it for what ability Hope is doing to make people mill. I mean, his Eidolon is Alexander, that's not milling. Maybe it's the arrow spell that does that, but that should be a bounce mechanic. So I'm going to call this a flavor fail. Mechanically fun, flavor fail. Genova, Ancient Calamity, 2 black-green for a 1/5. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to 1 other target creature. That creature is a mutant in addition to other types. Whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to his power. This is a massive flavor win. So Genova just sits there. She influences other people. She creates Sephiroth. She creates other mutants, and those mutants are stronger as Genova's influence gets better, or as her influence starts to spread. When a mutant dies, it's not really hurting her game plan any. So yeah, this is going to be a massive flavor win for Genova. Yeah, big, massive flavor win for Genova. Joshua, Phoenix's dominant. This is Clive's younger brother. 1 red-white. When he enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. So he's going to cast off a bit of his past, and he's going to get some new knowledge. Good. Yeah, that's good. 3 red white, you're going to do the Final Fantasy 16 summon type thing. So Phoenix, Warden of Fire. Rising Flames, he does 2 damage each opponent. This, I think, is kind of in reference to the way that it turns into a rail shooter when you're playing Phoenix in Final Fantasy 16. So yeah, I kind of like this, although I would prefer if it was 2 damage to a creature or something like that. I think that would be a little bit more accurate. And then Flames of Rebirth, return any number of target creatures with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then go ahead and flip them around. He saves Clive's life at one point, so the fact that it's CMC 6 or less is very intentional, obviously. It is return Clive to the battlefield is the idea here, the story here. So this is a massive, massive flavor win, 4/4 flying lifelink. Yeah, everything about this card is a big flavor win. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, 2 black, red, and it's a 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with the wizard trigger ability. And then if you control 4 or more wizard, transform Kuja. Okay, so the front half here, very flavorful because he's the one that is helping, like, producing all these black mages for Queen Braun. And then once he has basically completed his plan by giving her enough wizards to properly attack the world tree, he's going to end up going in there and going to to Terra, I believe the other world's name is Terra, and he's going to trance Kuja as he tries to defy his fate because his time is starting to end. And when he's here, he's a 4/6. That's going to double all damage that wizards deal, including himself. I think this is a big flavor win, including the backside where he basically doubles in power. So yeah, this is a big flavor win. I'm a big fan of the design of this thing. Kuja was really, really well done here. Noctis, Prince of Lucis, is going to be 1 white, blue, black, and make sure I showed off the full card because I quite often keep covering up the cards. Noctis, Prince of Lucis, is going to be 1 white, blue, black. It's going to be a 4/3 lifelink, and you can cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. So when he gets the equipment of the kings from visiting all the tombs throughout the open world, it does cost him a bit of his vitality to do so. Maybe not mechanically within the game, but canonically throughout the story and themes of the game. The only part of this that is a flavor fail is this part is, if you cast a spell this way, the artifact gains a finality counter. That's not the way it works in the game. He's able to use those swords as much as he wants from the graveyard, so this little line of text here is a flavor fail, so I'm going to call this a 50-50 flavor win here. It's mostly a flavor win. Sarah Farron is going to be 1 green-white for a 2/2. The first legendary spell you cast each turn is going to be 2 less to cast. It's because she likes to be near Snow Villiers. So yeah, this is going to be a very... Oh, and she also... and that reduces his cost to 1. So this is going to be a flavor win for the first text. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah Farron. Sarah Farron is obviously trying to bring snow and lightning together and bring her family together. So I think this is also a big flavor win here. She's going to turn into Crystallized Sarah, and that's going to keep that cost of 2 or less there, because you're going to see that this is Snow's hand right here and that this is Lightning's hand right here. So obviously this is her getting lightning, and legendary creatures you control are going to get +2/+2 because there ain't no way Snow or Lightning are going to let this stand. So they're going to be resolved in their purpose to undo what happened to Sarah here. And then Sin Spear's Punishment is going to be 4 black, green, blue for a 7/7 flying, and when he enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, and then create a tap token that's a copy of the card. If the exile card is a land card, repeat the process. So this ETB trigger here does not work for Sin, in my opinion. It works for you, Yevon. I believe that this works for you, Yevon, but it does not work for Sin. So I'm going to call this a bit of a flavor nombo combo here. A little bit of a flavor fail. I like the card, though. Squall Seed Mercenary is going to be 2 white-black, 3/4 Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets double strike until end of turn, because he and Cypher are foils for one another, so they both have that ability. And then whenever Squall enters whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So I don't really know what he is returning to the battlefield, because he's not bringing Renoa back. Renoa is a 5-drop in this particular set. So I don't really know what this is in reference to. I'm going to have to say that this is probably a 50-50 on the flavor value here. This is probably a 50-50 flavor win. Tella, Great Sage, is going to be 3 blue-red for a 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Very good. If 4 or more mana was used to cast the spell, draw 2 cards. Very good. If 8 or more mana was spent to cast the spell, sacrifice Tella, and it deals that much damage to each opponent. So when he casts when he casts Meteor, he's going to sacrifice himself to try and kill Golbez, and he's going to fail. This is a super flavor win. I really do like this one. So yeah, we're going to call this a big flavor win here. I think the draw, there's so many things that each of these steps could be tied to, that you could make a whole video just about this card on itself, on its own. So this is going to be a big flavor win. Wandering Minstrel, green, blue. This is not a set review. I'm not going to read all this because I honestly have no idea if this is flavorful or not, to be honest with you. Black, because it's Final Fantasy 14 again. Black Waltz number 3, 2 black-red for a 2/2. Flying Death Touch. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. This is a flavor win because he's basically just a juiced up black mage, is pretty much what he is, and that's pretty much how he's represented here. So this is a massive flavor win. Sid, Timeless Artificer. So we're going to talk about this real quick, because I want to go game by game. So the first game Sid is in Final Fantasy 2. And each one of these Sids is going to be 2 white-blue for a 4/4. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each Artificer you control and each Artificer in your graveyard. Deck can have any number of these. Cycling. I don't think this is very flavorful for most of these Sids. It's flavorful in the meta sense of the Final Fantasy series, but in terms of the individual Sids, this is not flavorful at all. So I'm going to call this a 50-50 on the flavor. I'm going to say, actually, never mind. I'm going to call it very flavorful because there are so many of them, but keep in mind that the raw mechanics of them don't match. I don't remember Sid from Final Fantasy 2 that much, so I don't know if this works for him or not. I have not played Final Fantasy 3. This does work for the Final Fantasy 4 Sid, in my opinion. It does work for Final Fantasy 9 Sid, I believe, as well. This is quite good for him. 5 Sid, I don't really remember that well. 6's Sid, I also don't... Oh, never mind. I don't think this works for 6's Sid. It doesn't work for 7's Sid, in my opinion. It does work for 8's Sid. I think that could work for him. It does work for 10's. I would say that. I have not played 11. I would say that it works for 12 Sid. I would not say that it worked for 13. I would not say that at all. I don't know about 14. I don't remember. I could see it for 15. It does not work for 16. So it is kind of 50-50, honestly, on which Sids are properly represented with this card and which ones aren't. This one should have a flip icon into Ramu, which means it should have some kind of red in it. So this is a big, massive failure on the flavor side. Cloud of Darkness is going to be, I believe, the final boss for Final Fantasy 3. So 2 black, green, and when it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. I mean, this is probably fine, but I wouldn't know. I haven't played 3, so I'm not super sure. I believe 3 is the game where you're able to fight Cloud of Darkness earlier, but if you do so, it's super hard, and you should go on the quest and beat all of the Archfiends or whatever they are first before you approach them. That's not really represented on this card, so I'm going to call this probably a flavor fail. X-Death Void Warlock, 1 green-black for a 3/3. When he enters, you gain 3 life. That's because he's very hard to kill. Galuf tries to kill him and fails, so I do like that already. Beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform him. Yeah, I would say that part's probably pretty flavorful as well. Neo X-Death, Dimensions End, Trample. His power and toughness equal to number of permanent cards in your graveyard. I think that's pretty flavorful. The only part about this that isn't is this 3. I think it should have been star probably. So yeah, I think he's decently flavorful. Garland, Knight of Cornelia, is going to be red-black, and he's going to be a 3/2. When you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1, so he gets knowledge whenever he's casting spells. Not really sure about that one, but this bottom text is pretty good. So after he's dead, you can return this from the graveyard to the battlefield transformed into Chaos the Endless. If Chaos dies, you get to show this gets put to the bottom of the owner's library. Theoretically, you infinitely loop these forever, like the time loop of Final Fantasy 1. This is one of the best and greatest flavor wins of the entire set, in my opinion. This is a very, very good flavor set because this is how this works. And it's only once you exile him that you break the cycle, which is why I said all the way in that white section that that spell about killing Chaos should be exiling, otherwise the cycle doesn't end. So that's why that card was a flavor fail, but that's also why this card is a flavor win. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, is going to be green-white for a 2/2. Lifelink, whenever she attacks, you may move a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a ++1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. I actually think Yuna probably should have had this ability, but I do think the more powerful putting Yuna in the mythic slot and giving her the more powerful ability is better for like what people consider most important, like best characters in the franchise. Garnet is no joke though. She's a great character. This is a great summon ability. She does not, I guess within the canon of Final Fantasy IX, like if we separate it from game mechanics, this is actually very flavorful. Within the game mechanics of 9, this is not flavorful, but I am going to count this as a flavor win, personally. Gyat, King of the Dwarves, red-white, 1/1 double strike. Whenever he or another dwarf you control enters, or whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. So you've got to pay something and then you get something. All right, I think he's decently flavorful enough. Gladiolus, Amicitia, Gladiolus. 4 red-green for a 6/6. When he enters, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. He forces Noctis to go on that journey. Well, he doesn't force him, but he really does push him to do it, so I like that already. Landfall, whenever land you control enters, another target land or creature you control gets +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. I don't remember if this is accurate or not. I mean, Prompto took the pictures. Igneous, is that his name? Yeah, Ignis. He cooked the meals. I don't remember what Gladiolus did within 15 in the kind of like outside of battle thing. So maybe this is accurate. I don't remember. So this may be super flavorful or maybe 50-50. I'm not sure. Ignis Scientia, 1 green-blue, 2/2. When he enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tap. Okay, we do like that because they're all on the road trip together. So yeah, this is big flavor already. But the rest on the bottom of your library in any order, I've come up with a new recipe. 1 green-blue tap, exile a target card from your graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token. Yeah, this is a big flavor win for Ignis here. We do love this. Judge Magister Grebranth, white-black for 2/2 menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Judge Magister Grebranth. So Magister Grebranth is able to maintain his position by killing the prince, I believe, getting a little bit stronger, and he gets stronger every time he commits an evil deed that causes the death of others. So yes, I would say this is a big flavor win for Judge Magister Grebranth, and it's a damn shame that his twin brother Bosch is not in the set, because I would have loved Bosch to be probably white-blue, to be a mirror of Grebranth. That would be cool, but that's just not it. Lock Cole will be 1 blue-black for a 2/3 Death Touch lifelink. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. So you get something and then you lose something. The losing something part is the part I don't really understand. It seems like he should just get it. He should just steal it. But yeah, so I'm going to call this like a 75% flavor win. Omega Heartless Evolution, 5 green-blue for an 8/8 wave cannon. When he enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. The X life doesn't make any sense to me, but Wave Cannon typically does kill one person. And within the game loop of Final Fantasy, if one character dies, usually it just slows you down a little bit while you need to heal them up and get ready to combat the task at hand. This is a super boss within Final Fantasy V, but this is the Final Fantasy XIV version, so maybe it's a little bit different with how Wave Cannon works. I've never actually fought Omega in Final Fantasy XIV, so I can't say for sure. So yeah, I actually don't know if this is flavorful or not. I was going to talk about it within the context of 5, because that's the first thing I thought of. But yeah, no, this is 14, so I'm not sure if this is a flavor win or not. Renoa Hearttilly, 3 green white, 4/4. When she enters, create Angelo, a 1/1 legendary green and white dog creature token. This is very flavorful so far. She's a rebel, that's flavorful too. Angelo Cannon, whenever Renoa Hearttilly attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each other creature you control. The each other creature you control thing is a little bit weird. However, her giving Angelo a big buff and then sending him out into combat is very flavorful. So we're going to call this like a flavor win. Not the biggest massive flavor win, but a flavor win. The fact that she's a warlock is very interesting because has been a fan theory for a long time that Renoa is Ultimecia of the past. And this warlock aspect of her design does kind of imply that. But she is also a sorceress, so that it could just be the fact that she's a sorceress. So yeah, that's probably what it actually is. Rufus Shinra is going to be 1 white black for a 2/4. Whenever he attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. I like that he produces Darkstar. I don't really remember Darkstar coming back infinitely within the boss fight with Rufus Shinra in Disc 1 of Final Fantasy VII, so I'm going to say this is probably not entirely a flavor fail or win. It's just a nice bit of flavor. Rydia, Summoner of Mist, is going to be red-green for a 1/2 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So yeah, you lose something as you travel, but then you gain something in the trade. I'm not sure if the losing thing makes a lot of sense for Rydia. I guess it does if you consider her losing something when Leviathan sinks the ship, but that's it. X tap. Return target saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so she's able to resummon things, which is really, really cool. And matches the summoner vibes. I really do like her. I like her design, and I would call her a flavor win. Shantoto, Tactician Magician, 1 blue-red for a 0/4. That gets X+X+0 whenever you cast a non-creature spell, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast a spell. If the X is 4 or more, draw a card. This is from Final Fantasy XI, so I have no idea if this is flavorful or not. The Emperor Palamecia, blue-red, for a 2/2 that taps to add blue or red. Spend this mana to cast a non-creature spell. Okay, he's a wizard. That's a nice wizard thing for him to do, which I guess, the more I think about it, maybe that's what's being implied with Vivi there. So, yeah, actually maybe Vivi's top part was fine, the more I think about it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor Palamecia. Then if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. So as he casts more and more, he gets more powerful, and then he gets converted into the Lord Master of Hell. Starfall, when the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. 3/3. So he's an uncommon final boss for Final Fantasy II, and I think he represents uncommon final boss for Final Fantasy II quite well. So I'm going to call this probably a big flavor win, honestly. Tidus, Blitzball Star, is going to be 1 white-blue for a 2/1. When an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Tidus. So I think that's supposed to be a Blitzball entering, so he gets stronger when he's around Blitzball. Okay. Whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. This part of his thing, I don't really understand. Why is he tapping stuff down? I can't really say. So I'm going to say that this is probably a 50-50 on flavor here. Ultimecia, Time Sorceress, 3 blue-black for a 4/5 that when she enters or attacks, surveils, so she's digging for knowledge. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 blue-blue, black-black 8 mana total for Final Fantasy 8, and exile 8 cards, 8 from your graveyard. If you do, transform her into a 7/7, not an 8/8. What? Menace with time compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. Okay, so because she doesn't exile and she transforms, that means you could get 2 free attacks with her in this mode, pretty much. So I do love the design for Ultimecia here. I think she uses the time mechanic quite well, and I think that she just matches what I expect Ultimecia to do. So this is a massive flavor win in my opinion. And our final multicolored card here is going to be Zidane Tantalus Thief. 3 red white for a 3/3. When he enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls until end of turn. That's Garnet. Untap it. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Once again, Garnet. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. So as he turns in the ransomed person, Garnet, he gets money for it. So this is good. This is good design. I'm a little sad that he is an uncommon because he is such an important character, but this is a very, very well-designed card with oodles of flavor. This is a big flavor win for Zidane here. And those are our multicolored cards. And so after this, we've got lands, and we are coming up on the end here, guys. After this, I'll go through the commander cards, but then we'll be done. Our first one here is going to be Balaam Garden, Seed Academy. This land enters tapped, and it produces green or blue. Makes sense to me, because it is a landlocked and sea-locked transportation tool, or that's what it ends up becoming. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. The fact that it is also a garden also makes sense into the thematic value of green and blue. So I agree with green and blue being this land type here, or the colors that this would produce. It's also a town type. 5 green blue tap, transform this land. It costs 1 less to activate for each other town you control. So as you progress through the game, you are eventually going to unlock this as a vehicle. And when he attacks, the vehicle attacks, you're going to draw a card. This is what I thought a lot of vehicles should do, because as you travel throughout the globe, you're going to unlock more knowledge. So you should draw cards. Crewing 1. This is easy. So once you put your guy in there, you're able to fly this thing around. So yeah, this is a big flavor win in my opinion. Massive, massive flavor win. Clive's Hideaway is going to have Hideaway 4. Okay, this is a flavor win so far. So you're going to get something free once Hideaway is triggered. It produces Colorless because it's in the Blighted Land. And you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures. So that would be Clive, Joshua, Jill, and Dion. So yeah, this is a very flavorful card for Final Fantasy 16 here. Ishgard, the Holy Sea. You're going to return up to 2 target artifact or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand for the adventure, and then it can enter tap as a land. Okay, so it's been a long time since I played Heaven's Ward, so I don't remember what this is doing with Faith and Grief here. It's probably tied with the conflict with the dragons, but I don't remember that well enough to say whether this is flavorful or not. G-Dur, Aristocratic Capital is going to be 4th blue. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down, and this land enters tapped. Okay, I would say that the mill thing, I don't really get that for this, but it's fine for flavor, I suppose. Lindblom Industrial Regency is going to be 2 red for Mage Siege, and it's going to produce a 0 black wizard creature token with the wizard trigger. It should probably produce more than just 1, but I'm going to call this a big flavor win, honestly, because there's ways to pick this up and keep doing it and keep putting more wizards down. So this is going to be a big flavor win, in my opinion. Midgar, City of Mako. Reactor Raid, 2 and a black. You may sack an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. So the draw 2 cards part of this is what I don't understand, because once you raid a certain reactor, you end up crushing an entire sector. So I'm not sure if drawing 2 cards is what I would really go for. Like, what are you getting out of that? You're saving the planet, but you're not actually getting knowledge or anything. So I'm not really sold on Reactor Raid here. So I'm not sold on this as a flavor win. I'm going to call this, maybe somebody can make the argument for it, but I'm not seeing it. Starting Town, this is obviously Cornelia here. This land enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. Add colorless, pay 1, add 1 mana of any color. Yeah, so if I don't really see the flavor, but yeah, I'm not seeing flavor there. Xanarkand, Ancient Metropolis, is going to be Lasting Faith for green. Create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, that is Tidus. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. So as time has passed and as the land has developed, they were able to dream up something that could finally put their dream to end. So I'm going to call this a big flavor win, honestly. Capital City, this is supposed to be Final Fantasy 16, and you can see the big mother crystal there, so yeah. Colorless on its own, and then you can filter into, well, not filter, you can drop down 1 mana efficiency to add 1 mana of any color, and it can cycle. I don't see flavor there personally. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. This is Final Fantasy 8 here. You got the ability to produce Colorless, and you can mill 2 cards, and you can sack this land, and you can return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I think this actually does. Oh, this is Final Fantasy 13. I said 8. 13. Yeah, I bet this is flavorful, but I'm really stretching my brain here, and I cannot think off the top of my head what this is referring to. So this probably is flavorful, but I just cannot remember what it's talking about. The Gold Saucer, it produces colorless mana. You can flip a coin. If you win the flip, you get money. So this is good so far. And then you can sack 2 money to get something. So yeah, 2 artifacts to get something. This is a big flavor win in my book. Adventures Inn, once you enter, you gain 2 life. Okay, and it produces colorless. This is a flavor win in my book. Crossroads Village is going to enter tapped, and it will choose a color. So basically, it's the place between 2 big cities, so it can be anything. Not really seeing a flavor win for this one as a Final Fantasy 2 thing, but yeah, I'm not seeing it as a flavor win. Barren Airship Kingdom. So I really haven't talked much about color comps, whether color comps are accurate or not, because it's really down to mechanics of MTG, and this video is already long. We don't need to hem and haw too much about it. I talked about it a few times with like Yuna, and a few other times with like the back half of Clive and the devotion, or the devotion element of Clive. So I'm not going to bother too much with, I didn't bother too much with that this whole time. However, with this cycle of dual 2-color lands here, I am going to take a second, and I'm going to talk about whether I think this area of this game is this color comp. Barren Airship Kingdom as red-blue. Is that correct? Do they do artifacty type stuff? Yes, I would say so, because it's got the airship production thing. So I'm going to say this is a flavor win. Could have seen red-black, honestly. I could have seen red-black here. I also could have seen blue-black for this one, but I think red-blue is just fine. So we're going to say that's a flavor win. We've got some good for lands here. We're not going to talk about them, though. Gone, Town of Ruin from Final Fantasy V. Is this green-black? I could see green-black, so then I'm going to say this is a flavor win as well. Gongaga, Reactor Town as red-green. I can definitely see this as red-green, so we're gonna see this as a flavor win. Guadasalam, Farplane Gateway, green-blue. It has a green-blue color theming to Guadasalam, but Guadasalam is connected to the Land of the Dead, the Farplane, and typically speaking, in Magic, the Land of the Dead is black, even in areas where the Land of the Dead is not the end, like Theros, for instance, is black. So I think this should actually be blue-black or green-black, that it should not be green-blue. However, I understand the green-blue personally, because Guadasalam itself is green-blue in its color scheme within the game. So that's probably why they made it green-blue. That would be my guess. I just don't think, thematically it is a green-blue land. I think it's probably a blue-black or a green-black land. Insomnia, Crown City as white-black makes perfect sense to me. I agree with this one completely. This is going to be a flavor win for sure. Got some more full arts here. Rabanastre, Royal City as red-white. I agree with that too. That's going to be a flavor win. Charlayan, Nation of Scholars, is a 14 thing, but it is kind of this like Polis type thing, which within the context of Magic has been, blue-white before, so I'm going to say this is a flavor win within the context of the game that it's trying to replicate, within the context of MTG that is trying to show this through. So I would say that's probably flavorful. Trino Dark City as blue-black. I agree with this completely. So yeah, this is a good flavor win. Vector Imperial Capital. So this is an interesting one because just like with Baron, I can see this as blue-black and I can see this as red-blue as well. So I can see it any of the which ways. So I'm going to say this is a flavor win. And then our final one here, Windurst Federation Center is green-white. This is a Final Fantasy 1 thing, so I'm going to have to base it off the art alone. And based off the art alone, this seems like a flavor win. That is all of the cards from the main set. And the first one we're going to look at is Celeste Rune Knight, who does not have a main set card, so this is the only one we're getting of her. 1 red, white, black. When she enters, discard any number of cards and draw that number of cards +1. So I think that's probably a reference to the second half of the game where she has to recollect everybody. Whenever one or more creatures you control enter, or one or more of them enter from the graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put +1/+1 on each creature you control. Once again, I think this is when she's searching in the Land of Ruin for all her friends, and so her pulling them from the graveyard is basically just getting them back into the fight. So I would call this a big flavor win. Cloud X Soldier is going to be 2 red, green, white. For a 4/4 haste, when he enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it. Makes sense because you can't have an unequipped character in Final Fantasy VII. Whenever Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. Then, if Cloud has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. Well, I'll count it. I can't really think of what this would be in the games, but I'm going to count it as a big flavor win. We're going to skip all the ones that are just magic cards with Final Fantasy art, even though the art is genius. Terra, Herald of Hope, red, white, black, 3/3. Trance, at the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards, and then she gains flying until end of turn. So she goes into trance. The trance version in the main set is way more flavorful. When she deals combat damage to a player, you can pay 2. If you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I think this is a flavor fail because I don't think she does a lot with summons or espers, and she doesn't really do this in the second half of the game. That's what Celeste does, so I think this is a bit of a flavor fail. Tidus, Yuna's Guardian, green, white, blue, 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from 1 target creature you control to another target creature you control. I think this is Blitzball right here. He's passing the Blitzball around, so I think this is a very flavorful mechanic for him. Cheer, whenever one or more creatures you control counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. So I think this is a... Cheer is a bit of a flavor fail because this is not how Cheer works in the game, but it's also a fine mechanic itself. Tifa, Martial Artist, is 1 red, green, white for a melee, so she gets stronger if there are more opponents. So that's not a flavor win because that doesn't really happen in the games. Whenever one or more creatures you control power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If this is the first combat phase of your turn, you get an additional combat phase after this one. So this is not a flavor win. Cool card, but not a flavor win. Yuna Grand Summoner is going to be 1 green, white, blue for a 1/5 with Grand Summon. Add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Okay, I like this. This is good. She's able to summon the summon sagas this way, and they're even stronger than when another summoner does it. And since Yuna is the summoner of Final Fantasy, I know there are other summoners, but she is definitely the best one, in my opinion, obviously. I think this is really flavorful for her. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if you add 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. This is the part that I don't really see the flavor for this, so this is like 50-50. She's flavorful here. Art's great, though. Aerith Last Ancient, 2 green, white for a 3/5 lifelink that has Raise. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life this turn, return that card to the battlefield instead. So when I was talking about Fight On in the main set, this is exactly what I was thinking for the tiered thing, minus the 7 or more life. That didn't matter. So she actually represents Rays perfectly, and so I'm going to call this a massive flavor win because she can lifelink to cause the effect to happen. So yeah, massive flavor win here. And here we go. There's no Orin in the main set, which is criminal, but here we have an Orin in the Commander product, and part of the reason I want to make sure we talk about the Commander product is to talk about the cards that the characters who didn't end up in the main set. Orin, Venerated Guardian, is 3 white for a 2/5 Vigilance Shooting Star. Whenever he attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on him. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Orin's power until Orin leaves the battlefield. So the until the Orin leaves the battlefield part is a flavor fail, because that is not how Shooting Star works, but the rest of it is a flavor win. So this is mostly a flavor win and a cool design for his card. Avalanche of Sector 7. Menace, 2 and a red. So they do have a reputation. I like that. Avalanche of Sector 7's power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. I do like that. That's flavorful. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, it deals 1 damage to that player. So yeah, I think this is a big flavor win for these guys here. Bannon, the Returner's Leader, for 6 is going to be red-white for a 1/3. Prey. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1, discard a card if you do draw a card. I don't really remember Bannon that well, so I can't really say if this is flavorful or not. Barrett, Avalanche Leader, for 2 red-green, you get a 4/4 reach. Avalanche, whenever an equipment you control enters, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token. I kind of like this as a way of representing who he is. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target rebel you control. I think this is flavorful as a Avalanche Leader. I like that. Blitzball Stadium. When this artifact enters support X, put a +1/+1 counter on each up to X target creatures. So you get to pay as much as you want. So it's about, you know, taking care of the masses, which is what this Blitzball Stadium in Luca is all about. Go for the goal. Tap 3 tap until end of turn. Target creature gets whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw a card for each kind of counter that was on it, and it can't be blocked this turn. Okay, I kind of like this. I do think this is a decently flavorful card, especially within the context of Final Fantasy X. Bugenhagen, Wise Elder, 1 green, 1/3 reach at the beginning because he flies. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control a creature of power 7 or greater, draw a card. Add 1 mana of any color. This seems fine because if Nanaki's around, he is going to get more knowledge whenever the FF7 team is around. Kate Sith, Fortune Teller, costs 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary artifact creature Cat Moogle, so that's all good so far. Lucky Slots. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can scry 1, then exile a type card of your library. You may play that card this turn. If you exile a card this way, target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the card's mana value. This is a big flavor fail because there is literally no chance here you get exactly what you want out of this. So it's either you don't want the top card and then you get the card afterwards, which I guess is the slots, I suppose. But I don't think this really fits the gambling vibe of Kate Sith that much. So this is going to be a flavor fail in my book. Chocobo Knights, 3 and a white for a 3/3. So we got Lucille, we got everybody here, okay. Emma, whenever you attack, creatures you control get with counters on them get double strike until end of turn. So I'm not really going to say that this seems super flavorful. It seems utilitarian, but I don't know about flavorful. We got Sid Free Flyer Pilot, 1 and a white for a 2/2. Equipment and vehicle spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I like that. He's got Jump. That's good, except that Jump doesn't really... Does Final Fantasy VII Original even have Jump? I can't say that it does. I've definitely never used it if it does. 2 and tap, return target equipment or vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand. So I like everything except Jump, because I'm fairly certain that Jump is not in Final Fantasy VII, or if it is, I have never used it. We got Cloud's Limit Break right here. It's not in the main set, it's in the Commander product, because 1 and a white for Cross Slash is going to destroy target tapped creature. Blade Beam is going to destroy any number of tapped creatures with different controllers, and Omni Slash is going to destroy all tapped creatures. So this is pretty cool as a combat trick that does all kinds of stuff. I would say this is flavorful enough. Coin of Fate. This is Edgar's coin that I talked about in the blue section of the main set. Whenever this artifact enters Surveil 1, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, sack this artifact. An opponent chooses one of the exiled cards. You put that card on the bottom of your library and return the other to the battlefield tapped. You become the monarch. I don't really like this bottom thing here just because he cannot lose the flip, so how is it that he's losing something here? I get it that it's one of the brothers gets saved and the other one doesn't, but I'm gonna say this is not as flavorful as Edgar is. Edgar, with this, if this were a flip, would be super flavorful, but that's not what's happening here, and you can't actually play Edgar, this card, in the Final Fantasy VI Precon, so that's a big flavor nombo combo in my book. 1 and a white. Okay, the art's cool because it shows you that it's the same on each side, which is nice to see. Conformer Shuriken is going to be 2 colorless. Equipped creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature a defending player controls. If that creature has greater power than that creature, put a plus number equal to the difference. I mean, it kind of copies the tokens, but yeah, I don't really think that this would be something that I would call super flavorful. We got Scion Vengeful Samurai, which is going to be 6 white, costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your graveyard, so he gets more kicked into his step to actually get into the fray after his city is killed, which is flavorful. He has Double Strike, which for Samurai, like I said, ninjas seem like they would be the 2 strikes because they have the 2 weapons, whereas this would be more like double power, but I'll take it as Double Strike being a utilitarian way of doing both within the context of Magic. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a +1 counter on Scion. He does get a little bit more affirm of purpose after the Phantom Train, so I would say this is probably 100% Edgar, Master Machinist, is going to be 2 red, white for a 2/4. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast it this way, the artifact enters tapped. He does have that, the tools mechanic, so I do kind of like this for that reason. Oh, tools is right there. Gets +X+O until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. I think this is very flavorful for this half of Edgar's mechanics from FF6, so this is very flavorful, I would say. Elena Turk Recruit, 2 white for 1/4. When she enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a historic spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Elena. I'm not really sold on non-assassin historic card. Not really sold on this being flavorful, to be honest with you. Endless Detour is funny. For the art, I love the art and the flavor text. That's cool. Esper's the Magicite is 3 and a black to exile each opponent's graveyard. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card exiled this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact, and it loses all other card types. So you basically turn one of your opponent's creatures from their graveyard into Magicite. So this is uber flavorful. Very nicely done on that one. We got Gata and Luzu for 2 and a white, 1/1 flash. When they enter, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on it. I kind of like that, although there should be probably a sacrifice mechanic involved in here. That's probably the only thing missing for ultimate flavor. Gao, Feral Youth, Rage, 1/2, 2/2 with Rage. When he rages, he gets a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, that's acceptable. Beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, he deals damage. Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent, which is cool. General Leo Christoph, 4 and a white for 2/2. When he enters, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then put a +1/+1 counter on General Leo Christoph for each creature you control. I don't really know if I would call this super flavorful, but he does fit the themes of the 6 deck at least. Go Mysterious Mime, 3 and a red for 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have him become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except his name is Go Mysterious Mime, so you can copy legendary creatures. If you do, Go and that creature each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. I like this. I would call this super flavorful. It's not as flavorful as the blue mythic from the main set, but this is flavorful enough. Reprints. We got Heidegger Shinra Executive, which is 3 white for a 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X+O until end of turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. So he definitely gets better when more soldiers are in play. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. I think this is decently flavorful, especially when you consider the context of the Shinra Wutai conflict. So yeah, I would call this flavorful probably. Hella Trooper is a 1 and a white for a 1/2 flying. When this creature attacks, another target attacking creature gains flying until end of turn. Equip abilities you activate that target this creature costs 2 less to activate. I guess. I mean, I don't really think that this is... The flying part is fine, but the rest of this is probably not super like this part down here, probably not super flavorful, to be honest with you. Interceptor, Shadow's Hound. This is already a massive flavor fail because this implies that Shadow is going to be an assassin and he should be a ninja. So that's a flavor fail there. Menace is good. Whenever you attack with one or more legendary creatures, you can pay 3. If you do, return this card from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. So when you attack with Shadow, you can get this out. So that's pretty flavorful there. So the Assassin's thing is the only thing that's a non-flavor win. Kefka, Dancing Mad, 5 red, black. During your turn, he's indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among those exiled this way without paying their mana costs. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to his mana value. I would say this is flavorful enough. A lot of these commander things are obviously more tuned for commander and less for flavor like the main set, but it does work for Kefka. The ability does. Kimari, Valiant Guardian, 2 green-blue, 3/3, Vigilance, Ronso Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kimari and tap target creature an opponent controls. So he's going to basically copy or get something from the creature that he's targeting. Then you may have Kimari become a copy of it. Yep. Except that it is that and has Vigilance and this ability. So he basically gets a blue magic ability from the monster that he is copying. So yeah, I would call this flavorful. Lifestream's Blessing is going to be 4 green, draw X cards, where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast the spell. If the spell was cast from exile, you gain twice X life. Okay, I would say that this is pretty flavorful for what the Lifestream is within the context of 7. Locked Treasure Hunter, especially since you're able to learn information through the Lifestream that has been confirmed in the extended universe. I don't know how confirmed that is within the main game, but I do believe Bugenhagen learns a lot from the live stream. So since this is supposed to be main game FF7, I suppose you do learn that. You could learn from the live stream in that way, so I would say that's probably still accurate. And we do know that Aerith is implied to live within the live stream and to help out right at the end of the game, so I would say this is still flavorful. Locked Treasure Hunter is going to be 1 black, red. He can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. That's pretty good. Whenever he attacks, each player mills a card. That's good for Mug. If a land was milled this way, create a treasure token. I like that. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. Yeah, this is a very flavorful and good thief card. Lord Jiskel Guado, 1 white, 2/1 flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you have a counter on a creature this turn, investigate. I like that. The investigate tied to Lord Jiskel Guado is going to be a big flavor win. Lulu Stern Guardian, 2 blue for 2/3. This is locked if I covered him up. Whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you. Put a stun counter on that creature. That doesn't make any sense within Final Fantasy. Proliferate also doesn't make any sense for Lulu specifically, so this is not going to be a flavor win. Cool card, not a flavor win. Maester Seymour, 2 green, 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Maester Seymour's power on another target creature you control. Probably a summon is what I think that would imply, probably. 2 green, Monstrosity X. He is a monster, so this is okay, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. Okay, with this one, I feel like Maester Seymour should have had Undying and something tied to Undying because you have to fight him 4 times in the actual game. So I feel like this is not entirely as flavorful as it could have been. Mog Moogle Warrior, 1 red white for a 1/2 lifelink. Dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then, if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1 counter on each Moogle you control. Okay, so Mog is pretty cool within Final Fantasy VI, and he does have a close community with the other Moogles. And he does bring out a lot of the Moogles whenever you fight together to, I believe, against the Empire is what I believe. I'm going to say this is probably pretty flavorful for what Mog is, but I don't know if it's as flavorful as it could have been. A Waka Traveling Merchant, 1 blue, 1/2, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control, draw a card. Well, you are basically paying with a counter to draw a card, which makes sense for +1/+1 counters. It does not make sense for lore counters off your summons. It mechanically makes the deck play better within the Final Fantasy X Aeon theming of the summons, but paying lore counters for drawing cards doesn't make any sense. Playing +1/+1 counters to draw cards makes a little bit more sense. So I'm going to say this is mostly a flavor win. Owaka here. Oh, love this Promise of Loyalty art here. That's very good. Professor Hojo, 1 green, 2/2. First activated ability. You activate during your turn that targets a creature you control. Costs 2 less to activate. Doesn't seem completely accurate because it seems like he should work with Genova from the main set. Whenever one or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. This part does work with Genova, so I'm going to say that this is a 50-50 flavor on him. Protection Magic, 1 white. Put a shield counter on up to 3 target creatures. I think this works because when you null magic in the game, you actually do prevent damage, prevent an instance of damage for that associated element, and it does hit all of them for 2 MP. So yeah, I think this is a massive flavor win here. We've got Red 13 Proud Warrior, 1 red green, 3/3, Vigilance Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance Trample. Well, that doesn't make any sense within the context of FF7 mechanics. And when he enters, return target or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. I also don't think that makes sense within the context of the game mechanics. It's solid within the Commander product itself, but it just doesn't make sense within the flavor, I would say. Rejoin the fight, 5 black, mill 3 cards. Then starting with the next opponent in turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. Okay, so this is when Celeste actually goes out, journeys, and finds them all. So I think this is super flavorful. I think this is very, very flavorful for within the general story of FF6. Got Riku, Resourceful Guardian, 2 blue for a 2/3. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. Don't really make sense because this is going to primarily go on sagas, I think. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Steal, tap 1, move a counter from one target creature and move a counter from target creature an opponent controls onto target creature you control. That works for steal, I would say. So I would say this is mostly a flavor win here. Soldier Military Program is going to be our next card, 2 white. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token and put a +1 counter on up to each of 2 soldier creatures you control. I actually think this would be super, super flavorful if Rufus was your commander. If it's Cloud, then I would say that it's probably the second option you would have to pick for this to be flavorful, but yeah, I'm going to call this a flavor win. Sabin Master Monk, 4 red, 4/3, double strike, blitz, discard a card. You may cast this card from your graveyard using its blitz ability. Not really seeing this as a flavor win. Double strike is good because he's a monk, but that's really all I see going for it on the flavor department. We also have Sephiroth Fallen Hero for 3 red white, 7/5, Genova cells. Whenever he attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature until end of turn. Each modified creature you control has base power toughness 7/5. Okay, I do like this because he is putting Genova cells in other creatures. Although I really do wish it was just the cell things that would transform to make it more flavorful. to make it more mechanically better, they had to make it modified creatures, which I get it. Then you can sack a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's also super flavorful. So yeah, this is a massive flavor win. Sephiroth just winning on all the flavor angles pretty much. We've got Stetzer, Wandering Gambler, one red black. When he enters, you get his ship. Okay, with Crew 2, that's very flavorful. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to player, flip a coin. This is flavorful. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. Yeah, this is 100% flavorful. This is very well done. Shadow Mysterious Assassin, 2 black, should be a ninja. He is not. I would call that a flavor fail. Death Touch, and he has Throw. Whenever you deal combat damage to a player, you may sack another permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacked permanent. I think the thing he's throwing is the dog most of the time, which he then brings back, so I'd call that flavorful. So the only thing I would say is not flavorful is that he should be a ninja and isn't. Shalinda Yevon Acolyte, green-white for a 2/2 lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's power. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on Shalinda. This doesn't make any sense to me as a flavor win, so I'm going to say this is a flavor fail for the card. We have Siegfried, Famed Swordsman, so 3 black, 2/2. Menace, when he enters, mill 3 cards and put +1/+1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. I'm not really sold on this one being a flavor win. I think it's probably okay because it is about his victory against all the things that he's killed as a swordsman. So I'm a little torn on this one. Let's let the FF6 fans weigh in on whether this is flavorful or not. Then Unending Cataclysm, 5 green blue, Flying Trample. As he enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. It enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature controlled, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. I would say this is way more flavorful than the Sin in the main set, because he takes a lot from Spira when he enters, which is very flavorful, and then when he dies, he gives it back, and then he will recur later after the calm has passed. So this is going to be a very flavorful Sin here, I think. Super, super flavorful card. We've got Snort. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards, then it deals damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way. I suppose that's flavorful. I don't really have a horse in that race, though. I think that's flavorful. Got Sphere Grid here for 1 and a green. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. Creatures you control have +1/+1 counters on them, have Reach and Trample. I think this is a good way of representing the Sphere Grid in a simplistic fashion. I mean, there's no way that this would be 100% flavorful, but it's flavorful enough, I think. Strago and Realm, 2 red, 1/3, Sketch and Lore, 2 red tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature card this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature, activate only as a sorcery. This is incredibly flavorful for Strago and Realm. Very happy with the design of this for the flavor, in terms of its flavor at least. Summon Ixion, 2 and a white. Arrow Spark, exile target creature an opponent controls until this saga leaves the battlefield. That doesn't really work within the context of Final Fantasy X. Put a +1/+1 counter on each up to 2 target creatures you control. You gain 2 life. So none of this is super flavorful for Ixion, in my opinion. Nothing really gives off lightning vibes or anything like that. Summon Kujata, 5 red for a 7/5 trample haste. He deals 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn for ice. And then fire, discard a card, then draw 2 cards. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent. I think this is very, very flavorful for Kujata. This is an extremely successful flavor card for Kujata. A summon Magus Sisters, 4 and a green for a 5/5 haste. Choose 1 at random for these sagas, so you're going to do this 3 times. You're going to, if I remember right, you don't really control the Magus Sisters, so this is pretty flavorful here. Combine powers, 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Defense, put a shield counter on target creature, you gain 3 life, and this creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, I would say this is a big flavor win, honestly, for the Magus Sisters here. Summon Valafor, 4 and a blue for a 5/4 flyer. Sonic Wings. Each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among them. They control the creatures they control. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. Sonic Wings doesn't really do that, or anything even remotely close to that. Tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. That also doesn't make any sense for Valifor, in my opinion. There should have been some kind of energy ray or something like that. So I'm going to call this a flavor fail for Valifor here. Outside of the flying, obviously. We got Summon Yojimbo here in the left. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature an opponent controls. This is 3 and a white for a 5/5 Vigilance Spirit Saga Samurai. Until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each of those creatures. I like that as the payment system for Yojimbo, honestly. Although he really should have cumulative upkeep to be a properly flavorful card. Cumulative upkeep with some kind of like bonkers final saga to justify the cumulative upkeep. Probably something that just honestly wins you the game. So make that cumulative upkeep freaking ridiculous. And then give him maybe like a couple bad abilities and then win the game at the end. Or target opponent loses. That would be interesting for Commander at least. That's how what you would have to do to make it flavorful, I think. Create X treasure tokens, where X is the number of opponents who control a creature of power 4 or greater. I think this is kind of weak, and honestly, this middle part and this part are the only things kind of money themed. So I'm going to say that this is kind of a flavor fail, honestly, for Yojimbo. Summoner Sending is going to be 1 and a white for... At the beginning of your end step, you may exile a target card from a graveyard. If you do, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Put a +1/+1 counter on it if the exiled card's mana value is 4 or greater. The whole point about sending is to not make fiends. And Pyreflies are incorporeal. They can't deal damage at all. So I'm going to say that this is not a flavor win, even if it is a cool card. Summoning Materia is 2 and a green. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. This should really attach to equipment, not to creatures, but I understand that would be kind of awkward. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has Vigilance and has tap add green, and then equip 2. It really should attach creatures to be ultimate flavor, but it's okay as a flavor card. The Falcon, airship restored to black for 3 flying. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may sack it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then you can return it. I would say that's decently flavorful for the Falcon. The Warring Triad, 3 colorless as a 5/5 flying trample haste. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, he isn't a creature. Middle card, target player adds 1 mana of any color. These things should never attack this Warring Triad, so I'm going to say this is probably pretty much not a flavor win. Together Forever is a reprint, so I'm not going to read the card or anything, but this is a wonderful art for Suteki Dane, and it really should have been in the main set, in my opinion. This is such a good art for this. We've got Trommel, Seymour's Butlers for 2 and a green, and each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it, and then you can proliferate X times. So I don't really see this as a flavor win. This is kind of a flavor fail. Ultimate Magic Holy is 2 and a white. Permanents you control gain indestructible until end of turn. If the spell was cast from exile, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. I think this is a massive flavor win. It completely counters Meteor, which is exactly what it should do. Oh, and talking about Meteor, Ultimate Magic Meteor. 5 and red will deal 7 damage to each creature. If the spell was cast from exile, for each opponent, choose an artifact or land that player controls, and you will destroy those as well. And you can foretell it. So yeah, this counters it when you foretell Holy, and then when you foretell Meteor, it destroys more. Umaro, Raging Yeti, 5 and a red for a 6/6 trample. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can choose one at random. Other creatures you control get +3/+0 and gain trample. Discard your hand and then draw 4 cards. And then it deals 5 damage to any target. I think that makes sense, because if I remember right, Umaro does random stuff, so I'm going to guess that's a pretty big flavor thing if I remember right. Vincent, Vengeful Atoner, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Vent Menace. When one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. Deals damage to an opponent if it deals that much damage to each other opponent if its power is 7 or greater. This is not a flavorful card, definitely not in comparison to what exists in the main set for him. We have Waka, Devoted Guardian, 2 green/white for a 4/4 reach trample. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target artifact that player controls and put a +1/+1 counter on Waka. He hates Machina, so that is a great flavor thing for him. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. This is a very, very flavorful card for Waka here, so very nicely done. That's also a great art for Walking Ballista. Wrecking Ball Arm is going to make a equipped creature's base power toughness 7/7, and it can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and then you can equip it to a legendary creature. Yuffie, Materia Hunter, is going to be 2 and a red for a 3/3 with Ninjutsu. Whenever she enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie, then you may attach an equipment you control to Yuffie. That's pretty good. She steals materia, steals artifact, that's good for her. Yuna's Decision is going to be 3 green. Sorcery, choose 1, continue the pilgrimage, sack a creature, which would be sacking Yuna in this case. If you do, draw a card. Then you may put a creature card and or land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So that would be, I believe, the idea would be you putting the final Aeon into play or putting in a city, basically, during the calm into play. So that's what I would say that's probably trying to communicate through the mechanics. And then find another way. Return 1 or 2 permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. So yeah, you're going to save the 2 that would be killed by completing the pilgrimage, which is the canonical ending of the game. Well, kind of. You really should only return 1 permanent card because Tidus still disappears. So it's mostly flavorful, I would say. Yuna's Whistle, 1 green/green, reveal the top cards of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you reveal a creature card this way, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the mana value of that card. So she whistles up what she's looking for, and it makes a life better. So that is a very flavorful card, although that is definitely the end of Final Fantasy X there with the post-credit scene, although this really doesn't come up again until Final Fantasy X-2. This is more what Buster Sword should actually be. This is just a Heroes Blade reprint, but this is what the Buster Blade should be, actually. Buster Sword. Okay, this is cool. This is another reprint, so I'm not going to stick on it for very long, but this is cool that they made the laughing scene a thing. Something that is so incredibly just misrepresented on YouTube, or at least it was for a while. I think people are finally coming around on it because they're actually putting this scene within the context of the game, and within the context of the game, this is not cringy at all and is actually just a cute scene. Soul Ring being a Magicite is pretty cool for the FF6 deck. Soul Ring being a Materia for the FF7 deck is perfect. Soul Ring being the save station for Final Fantasy X is perfect. And then Soul Ring being the main crystals of every part of every city in Final Fantasy XIV is also perfect. These are all big flavor good reprint arts for those particular things. Don't think we ever came across, I might have skipped over the Summon Valley Garmonda here. He exiles an instant or sorcery from each graveyard. He adds 1 red for each lore counter. Once again, same thing with the other FF6 Espers and Magicite. I just don't think it works within that FF6 system, but it's probably fine for what it is. And the only other thing I want us to talk about before we go is I want to talk about the cards that are specific to the intro precons. So these are the last cards that we need to talk about. These are the starter kits and whether they are flavorful or not. So we got Cloud Planets Champion, 3 red white for a 4/4. During your turn, he has, as long as he is equipped, he has double strike and indestructible, so he can't be randomly killed on your turn, which is very flavorful for the turn-based mechanics of Final Fantasy. Double strike also works if we're talking about 4x cut. So I do like this. And then equip abilities that target him or 2 less, because it costs nothing to do that in Final Fantasy, so I'd say this is a very flavorful cloud here. And then Sephiroth, planet's heir, 2 blue black. He kills everybody at Nibelheim, so that's pretty good. Representation of that, he is always vigilant, so that's good. And whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, he gets +1/+1, so I would say this is a fairly flavorful Sephiroth, maybe not so much as the main set, but pretty good. Beatrix, Loyal General, 4 white for a 4/4 vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you controlled onto target creature you control. This, I don't really see why this is a Beatrix thing specifically, but it's a cool ability. Deadly Embrace, 3 black, our Final Fantasy 16 card. Destroy target creature an opponent controls, then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. I don't really see this as a super flavorful representation of Benedicta here, but that's fine. Lightning Bolt, or Judgment Bolt, 3 and red. It deals 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of equipment you control. Now, equipment in Final Fantasy 16 doesn't matter as much, so that's a little bit of a flavor nombo, but, you know, it's fine. It does a little bit of damage, and Sidolphus does a lot of damage in that game, so I would count that as, you know, somewhat flavorful. Lightning Security Sergeant, 2 and a red for a 2/3 menace. Whenever she deals damage to a player, exile a top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as you control lightning. Don't really understand why that effect would represent her, but menace is flavorful at least, so we're going to say this is 50-50 flavorful. Not as much as the main set, obviously. Rosa, Resolute, white mage, 3 and a white for a 2/3 reach, because she is an archer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gets lifelink until end of turn. I think that's supposed to represent white magic, and I think it does a good job of doing so, so I would call this a fairly flavorful card. Seymour Flux is going to be 4 and a black for a 5/5. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life if you do draw a card, and put a +1/+1 counter on Seymour Flux. So as he begins to sacrifice more and more of his whatever humanity he had, he gets stronger and stronger. So I would say this is fairly flavorful. It could be more flavorful, obviously, because it should have Undying or something. Ultima Weapon is going to be 7 mana for a equipment that whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature an opponent controls. Equipped creature gets +7/+7, and it equips 7s. This static ability here is pretty cool, and I would say that this is befitting Ultima Weapon here, that it does pump up the creature a bunch and have a very relevant attack trigger on it. Zonde Dark Mage, I have not played Final Fantasy 3, so I have no idea how accurate this is. Ultimecia Temporal Threat is going to be 4 blue for a 4/4. When she enters, she taps all creatures your opponents control, slows them down pretty much, and whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. She doesn't work with other people pretty well, so I would say the second part is not flavorful for who Ultimecia is, but the first part, slowing down all of your opponent's stuff, does fit in with her time theming, so I would call her a 50% flavor card. And those are all of the Final Fantasy unique cards analyzed based on how flavorful they are. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This was a lot of work, as I'm sure you can imagine, to put together. So if you like this video and if you want to hear me talk more about this particular set, make sure you subscribe, because I've got 2 more videos about this set that will be coming out this month. One where I rank all of the games based on how good the cards from their Final Fantasy pool is, how well they're represented in the set. So I'm going to rank all 16 games based off of that. And then I'm going to do a very large review of the set in its totality. Thank you guys for watching. This is a long video, so if you made it all the way to the end, dude, I respect you. Thank you so much. I hope that you liked the video, and leave me a comment on your thoughts about some of my analysis. Where did I get it right? Where did I get it wrong? What would you have analyzed differently? Let me know in the comments below. Regardless of what you guys choose to do, thank you for watching this super massive video from Rayl Deal Games today. I really appreciate it. I make videos every Wednesday and Friday, and you may like my other and future work. I don't make things long like this very often, but I wouldn't be against doing something like this again in the future. Thank you for keeping it real with Rayl Deal Games, and I'll see you next time.